All right. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. That's not the right class.
Versus Alfurian.
Feel the power
of
the wild
Sure.
world.
The light heals all wounds.
Okay.
I see you.
My controller did. Are you kidding me? Well, that's probably a great sign. I'm not resetting. You can't make me.
May the light.
Bro, I took a bathroom break, okay? I splashed some water on my face. You know, I took a therapy poo. Came back with a fresh mindset, a positive mental attitude. And 10 seconds in, my controller's gonna disconnect.
Rest.
Really? Can I just have one thing?
The strong flourish is only natural.
No, I've got this.
Therapeutic. Yeah. Let's go with that. Good one.
In the light, we are one.
May the light.
Chat, what should be our discussion topic of the run?
I am caught.
What would you like to have a dialogue about? To distract me from the pain of a 15-minute setup sequence.
Mine is mine. Time for the finishing touch.
Puss in Boots 2. What, the Last Wish one? The one that just came out? It's apparently an absolute GOAT of an animated film. Many people are saying this.
Really? It's not.
Kind of want to see it. It's probably not in theaters anymore. I think it came out in December. I do enjoy the Puss in Boots.
They sir, but you, I can play turning to 80. You need to the foot. Then it summoned me. Ah, I bequeath. It was sent around to treat him with.
Dumma! Thank you for the raid, my son. Hope your stream went well. We are talking about Puss in Boots. Are you familiar? I am Domo's father. Yeah, can confirm. I remember when he was just a little guy,
In the light,
just running around in his little diapers. The teenage years have come and gone by this point. Now he's a grown man. Out there on his own in the world.
The seed lord
Yup, arrow. Don't you dare run away from me, young man. Okay. What's the story behind my username? Well, you see, when I reset Elden Ring speedruns for a week straight trying to beat a PB that's utter shit, I get a little agitated.
Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck.
There we go. A little lagging. And that's the story.
Oh, am I? You here as a cousin.
I've had a coffee. God, nuts.
Time has come. Time of go. Master.
612, bench is 270. Yeah. Dude, okay, if I was actually 612, which I am, I don't think 270 would be a very good bench for a 612 man. Right? Because, I mean, if you're 612, which I am, then, like, your body weight has got to be around 270, right? Benching your body weight, I don't think it's terribly impressive.
Our gift of frost shields us.
Did I domo wall? Uh-oh. Sorry, domo. Yeah, runs are not good. We're in shitland. We almost escaped, and then Godfrey said no. And ever since then, we've just been mauled. I mean, just mauling. Just having the worst of times. Demo, have you applied for the Twitch partner yet? If not, you gotta be soon, right? Okay. Yeah, but they haven't responded. Yeah, if it's your first app, they almost always say no your first time. I think just because the Twitch staff members just get off to it or something. There's no real reason to say no the first time, but they just always do. I was accepted on my second application.
Lend me your power. The light heals all wounds.
Godspeed, Domo. You deserve it, bud. You deserve it. If they say no the first time, they'll come around.
Ah, I see you brought guests.
Where's my cat? She's currently laying on top of my computer, which is probably why my controller disconnected at the start of this run. Because for whatever reason, every time she jumps on the PC, it just doesn't register my computer or my controller for a little bit.
Were you followed?
And I don't know why that happens, because like she's like an 8-pound cat. Okay, she is not like putting that much force on the PC. But she's a cat, right? Like, you know, she gracefully climbs up there. She doesn't like bump the USB or anything. Is she covering an air vent? Partially, yes.
Break upon the sand. The dead rest.
Do you think it'd be cool to be a pet cat or a pet dog? Like if you transferred your consciousness to being a pet cat, do you think it'd be chill, or do you think it'd just be utterly like mind-numbingly boring? I mean, they don't do anything. They're just there. But also, like, okay, maybe not transfer your conscience, but like if you were turned into a cat with the intelligence of a cat, would you mind that you're just not doing anything? Or would it be chill? Scarlet definitely gets a little stir crazy. I feel a little bad.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
I need to have more regular playtime sessions with Scarlet to keep her mind active. She's such a weird cat though. Like, you know, I'll start playing with her and then she's just like over it like 5 minutes later.
To determine if you had, it seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take gathering. Very let my hand.
Laser pointer? I've heard laser pointers are actually like extremely frustrating for cats because there's no payoff at the end of catching the laser. And it'll give them cat depression because they feel like a failure in life because they just can't catch that fucking dot.
Reporting for duty.
Kind of like me in this fucking speedrun PB. The human laser pointer. Yep. Elden Ring speedrunning. She has this bird that she loves to carry around. And she'll just make the like most deranged meowing sounds the entire time she's carrying it. She'll just be going like and it's very cute but also distressing. Whenever it sounds like my cat is dying halfway across the house, I just know she has her bird.
You can't always trust.
And I assume she's meowing to say, "Father, please participate in playtime with me." And then I will. And then I'll toss the bird for her and she'll chase it. And then she sniffs it and then she walks away. The end. Does not fully grasp the concept of fetch. Nice jump.
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience.
I need to get like a fishing pole and attach it to the fishing pole and just cast it out for her and then reel it back in. I think that would actually work very well. I think that would be a big hit.
Our gift of frost shields us.
I did shot, yeah. We're fine. We're fine. I remembered this time.
Looks like I'm here just in time. The time has come.
Take two and call me in the morning.
All are equal.
Okay, I'm mentally preparing for God's Noble. Please excuse my silence.
Remember the father.
This is important. I just drank a blue! What do I do? Dude, I tried to double tap to flask real quick and I was just too fast about it. God damn it. No, all we can do is try to make it work anyway. I gotta get good RNG here, but it's the only option I have. Okay. Successful improvisation. Okay. Have to think on her toes for that one.
Let's muddy the waters.
Now the last pot would not have slept. Every time you sleep an enemy or proc any status, they get more and more resistance to it. And by the fourth pot, or well, I'll say it this way, after 3 pots, Godskin Noble will no longer sleep off a single pot throw. It just doesn't do enough build up at that point.
Remember the father.
Yeah, the time loss was just because of improving the fight. I could have been more aggressive. I didn't know if reposting after we slept his roll would result in him getting up and immediately rolling or not. It did not, so now I know for the future that if you stagger and then repost out of a sleep, out of a roll, that's a mouthful, then he will stop rolling. So I could have been more aggressive there. We'll probably save like an extra 10 seconds, but you know, as long as we're alive. Jesus Christ. Don't. Do not. Okay. Okay.
Liadrin versus Maiev.
None can escape my fury. My blade burns with holy fire.
Okay. Lava Lava, thank you for the prime. Don't remember if I already thanked that one or not.
I see you.
How do you do that jump? It's a little precise. You just gotta make sure that you're not too far up the ramp, otherwise the fall damage becomes lethal. Once you know where to jump from, though, it's easy to replicate.
Perhaps.
Huh?
Every step, the light guides you.
Why was I in combat? That's weird.
Let's get salty!
Everyone, Zeddy here again today with a brand new video. And don't you remember, not that long ago, well, it seems like a long time ago now, December 19th and last year, we had the last balance.
It's all in your head.
Let's get salty!
Everyone, Zeddy here again today with a brand new video, and I asked this question on my Twitter timeline just the other day. If you don't follow me over there, you absolutely should. And I asked, name one card that would drive people insane if it was added to the core set I'll start. Basically, what card would trigger people? Like, what are you doing? Why are you bringing this back? And well, I got a lot of replies, including my favorite, Ben Hearthstone saying Shadow Step being put back. But we're going to talk about cards that are in Wild right now that if they were put into Standard would probably trigger the hell out of you, or at least a lot of people. Some people might like it, but overall, it should be fun. And I'd love to hear in the comments below, what card would you just absolutely not want to see return to the core set when they announce that in probably like a couple of months. And if you enjoy this style of content on the channel and you want to help support the channel, please drop a sub down below. Give the video a like. It helps us out a ton, especially as we're on the road to 69,420 subs. Also, shout out to Nathaniel Bandy, who does all these trigger videos. And well, I got triggered and I just thought it would work pretty well together. We'll go class by class. Can't really do Death Knight because there's no wild cards, but imagine Demon Hunter got Il'gynoth back with the whole Unleash Fel thing, you know, the 1-mana spell that does lifesteal and all of that. Oh my goodness, this card, which has been reverted, is in Wild, just used to just murder you. It even got nerfed to 6 at one point and still was like a meta card, and I could just imagine, ooh, how the anger that would be created by some. For Druid, I think there's like 2 standouts that I would think of. Twig, first off, of the World Tree. If it came back with Sphere of Sapience, if they came both back to standard, could you imagine Druids playing Twig, Coin Sphere? It would blow minds, but there's one card I think that'll trigger people just a little bit harder. And well, we already saw it during the Frozen Throne event, Spreading Plague. Imagine they brought it back at 5 just to mess with us even more. But yeah, going wide and you go against a Druid, they just drop a wall of taunts. Pretty damn frustrating experience, and one that most people probably don't really want to reminisce with. It's funny, looking through Hunter cards throughout the history of the game, it's been a really good class, but there's no real card that stands out as like this big trigger card that would just really piss people off. One of the ones I thought about was maybe Dragonbane. This card is pretty silly with its damage output, but I'm gonna go with the card they recently reverted that is really good in Wild, and that's Starving Buzzard, which got nerfed at one point to 5 mana 3/2. That's when they used to murder cards. It's back to being a 2 mana 2/1, really good card in Wild, and I could see the PTSD maybe rising from some about Hunter with really good card draw, because it's something they've almost never had, and this card kind of enabled it. And well, in today's game, it's even more nutty with a lot of like the cheap beasts, and especially beasts that spawn beasts can be pretty ridiculous. I mean, Mage, you got Frost Nova. This card alone could just piss you off, freeze the board over and over. We already know how frustrating that is in the game. Of course, we have Ice Block, and just think about this. First off, Ice Block copied up with like Servarin Mage and getting it over and over. That would be frustrating enough, but Rogue has this whole secret package where they could discover secrets from another class. So not only would you have to deal with like Mages getting Ice Block, it could be Rogues. Hell, even Priests like to play the 2-mana card that discovers a secret. They could be getting Ice Block. This is one of the most frustrating cards ever, and I would imagine everybody would lose their minds if they went crazy and put this in standard. And I mean, open the Waygate. Do I need to say more? It is just toxic as hell. And yeah, I hit Legend in Wild this month with it because, well, I'm a toxic individual, you know, like toxic cards, but they should probably delete this one and not add it to standard. That's for sure. Paladin's another class that I can't think of a ton of triggering cards. Like, people will probably be pretty annoyed if they put all the Librams back, but let's be real. The one card that drove people the craziest, Divine Favor, basically punishing you for not vomiting your hand, and they just draw their deck. Super frustrating. And well, let's hope this never ever returns to the game. Oh wait, Demon Hunter has that as a 4-mana 5/4. Oh well, at least it's a Demon Hunter. For Priest, all I gotta say, imagine they revert Elucia and put it into standard. I think whatever hair I got left would be gone in a heartbeat. Then they go full evil, put Psychic Scream into the core set where no board is ever safe. It's just shuffled into your opponent's deck. There's no death rattles going off. It's infuriating. And then they'll couple it with Big Priest. Why not bring Big Priest back? Resurrect minions and all of that. But it could even be worse. It could bring back Convincing Infiltrator to trigger even more people. One of the most frustrating, annoying cards. Why does Priest have so many triggering, annoying cards? Besides the Shadow Step memes for Rogue, I gotta say, if they were to bring back a card like the Caverns Below, I think Brian Kibler would have, I think he would be a full-time Marvel Snap content creator if they decided to bring this back. They even unnerfed it. Thankfully, it's not a meta player in Wild, but I'll go with my number 1 pick. Just why does this card still exist as it is? Secret Passage just used to draw 5 cards. Imagine Rogue with this cheap kind of draw in the game. I'm not even gonna mention Edwin. I'm not even gonna mention Vanish. Oh wait, I did. But still, Secret Passage would trigger the living hell out of me. Shaman, I can only really think of 1 card, but yeah, Shutterwalk, I mean, come on. It's gotta be Shutterwalk. What other Shaman card's gonna trigger people as much as Shutterwalk? And it's a card I really like, because again, I am a toxic individual. Hey look, it's Ticketus. Are you triggered yet? It's Ticketus, and you deleted your deck. You can't play with those cards. And there's a 6-mana 8/8 to go with it. Do you remember him? Do you love him? Yeah. You're probably triggered right now. Let's hope he doesn't return. Remember the days of mechs killing everything you played and you couldn't deal with the infinite value of Dr. Boom and they played Archivist Elysion and fatigue you to death? I remember I got rank 1 legend for the very first time with this card, but I feel like it would trigger most people, so I had to put it on the list despite my obvious bias towards the card. How about we bring back Baku again and have upgraded hero powers every game again? Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be grand? Wouldn't that be fantastic? Or Zephyrus giving you the wrong card every single time, or your opponent bloodlust whenever they want. I actually think this one would be a little bit more in the middle. Some people really love this card, some people really hate it, and one thing's for sure, the devs would probably hate having to answer a million questions again. Why didn't I get this perfect card? Or I gotta be asked, why isn't it giving Plate Breaker? And then I have to say it's only cards in the basic and classic set, and they just get confused, and then I get upset, and then I ban everyone in my chat, and then people go onto Reddit, and it's this huge thing, and then yeah, I make a video where I gotta be like, yo, what's going on, guys, and what's happening? I'm triggered because of Zephyrus. Did you like having your cards milled all the time by Cold Light Oracle coupled with Shadow Step? Imagine that. Shadow Step being problematic with a card, cheap battle cry. Even back in the day, mill decks loved Cold Light and people really hated Cold Light. Just not the most fun card in the game and very, very triggering. And I will leave off with a pretty iconic triggering card. Imagine they bring Patches back. They give it charge. The aggro players, they'll be thrilled. They'll love it. The rest of us, my God, I think our blood would be boiling, the triggering would be real, and well, at least he get his voice line back. I kind of miss I'm in charge now. Yahar just doesn't hit the right spot. Anyways, let me know in the comments below what cards would trigger you if they came back, which ones of these you disagree with, any of that stuff. Just a fun, silly video, and I hope you guys have a great weekend, and if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. Have a great day, and stay salty, my friends.
Let's get salty!
Everyone, Zeddy here again today with a brand new video, and just a few days ago we made this video. It took 3 patches and 12 buffs for this to happen. We had Deathlight at like just a barely above 50% win rate overall across all ranks, and just a few days later it has happened for the first time since its introduction into Hearthstone 2 months ago or less. We're actually basically 2 months almost to the day, and go to the HS replay screen right now. Deathlight is the top ranked class in all of Hearthstone, and we're going to talk about, is it a good thing? What's got it there? And it's still developing. The Deathlight class, with all the rune system and everything going on, it is a further developing kind of mess of a class, but overall still seems to be positive. Before we get into the details of all it though, if you do enjoy the content on the channel and if you feel like I've earned your subscription, please hit the sub button down below, give the video a like, it helps us out a ton. When we did that video though, we were by the way taking a look at like all the modes. Every mode Deathlight was leading, and I was hoping when Deathlight took over standard, because I thought it would happen, that it would still be top and wild. It's just a close second. Shaman has taken over, Warlock's moving up with discard Warlock, but the ease of even Shaman still too good to beat the ease of even Deathlight. But Arena still top dog with Druid, not too far behind now, and Duels also the top dog with Priest number 2. Duels looks pretty unbalanced, I gotta say, and I also have to say I haven't played it in quite a while. I think I might make a video about it tomorrow, about just how I used to do Duel Saturday on my stream, and I can't even get myself to do that. So yeah, if you take a look at the meta, top 1000 legend, it's pretty similar to what we looked at last time about the decks that are doing really well. Top 1000 legend, except it's gotten crazier. The Unholy Deathlight and Frost Deathlight are the 2 best decks in standard, at least since the latest patch, win rate wise. We take a look at the last 3 days as the meta is going to warp around it a little bit. You can see Unholy there and Frost Deathlight a little bit lower. Enrage Warrior is popping up and doing pretty well. I've been facing it even on my regular climb, facing it in Rogue Brawl. It's a tough one. It's a good deck when it fights for board, and if Unholy Deathlight's popular, And Rage Warrior probably gonna be a bit more popular. But yeah, overall, it is crazy to see how things have developed. And basically, Unholy is kind of taken storm. It is the deck that's really captured the imagination of players. Even so much that Cora, one of the set designer of Nathria and awesome dev on the Hearthstone team, said Unholy DK is busted. Peasant Gang 100% going 12 wins in the Heroic Brawl. I've seen a lot of other people doing it. This is all popularized by Killian Otsuna, who got this Unholy Deathlight deck really going, and people have been kind of revising it, changing it up a little bit, but this core has just been doing super well. This is the same deck I linked in our best decks video if you want to check that out. I did that a few days ago, but yeah, we talked about how the buffs haven't done a heck of a lot for the class, and ironically, yeah, the only buff cards in here, Battlefield Necromancer, as well as Blightfang, but the deck, I have to recommend it so much. It's fun to play. It's not like some brainless aggro deck. There's a lot of different lines. Marigar feels incredible to slam down. It's everything I like about a big finisher. It doesn't win the game on the spot. It's not like it gives your minions charge or something, but it can win the game. It can recover the game, and it just, you know, synergizes with everything you got going on. And it's also like an all-in. You use all your corpses, and if it gets wiped out, you only get the one corpse from Marigar itself. But yeah, doing really well. And then Frost Deathlight. Frost Deathlight is the deck where I am starting to see people with resentment. I am seeing people getting angry at this deck, where to the point where I'm starting to see people get, for the first time in Deathlight's existence, to really be like, screw Deathlight. And it's not so much the insane burst, which got less insane with the nerf to Glacial Advance, but the real problem card I see, and I see it myself when I'm playing it, especially when I play a bunch of them, I copy them or discover them, is Frostworm's Fury. It's like Snowfall Guardian, but not as bad, right? Like that would, you know, get buffed and get bigger. But Frostworm's Fury, the way it, you know, freezes the entire board, but it also creates a 5/5 that's hard to deal with. If you're going wide, your board's locked, you can't really interact with the board. That 5/5 is probably gonna hit you, and they keep doing it over and over, and the Frostworm's Fury goes face. So I could see this card being one of the main like things that people really start to get pissed off at, and people want to see get nerfed. And I already tweeted about it that, yeah, it feels gross playing this card. And I love Deathlight, I will say for sure. I'm closing in on 1,500 Deathlight wins. I've been playing Unholy, I've been playing Frost, played Blood, and you'll know, again, we haven't really brought up Blood. Blood Deathlight's numbers have actually moved up a little bit at higher legend, as it's a decent counter to Unholy Deathlight, but struggles with a lot of other stuff. But I feel like this is another deck that is really close to being quite good. And with the mini set coming up, I'm sure Deathlight is going to be getting something big. The mini set typically will, you know, give something from the current year. So they don't have a location, they don't have a colossal. That's something that a Blood Deathlight could use. But it's not just Blood Deathlight, the meta is still evolving. Hunter Ice recently has started this new meta breaker. I'm not sure about it. He went 12-1 with 0 games played before with a Rainbow. We haven't seen a Deathlight that only uses like 1 rune per be good, but he went 12 wins with it. I think Pheno took this, went 12 wins with it. I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's not bait. Maybe a more average player like me, not a former world champion or a former pro player, could do well with it. So we streamed Heroic Brawl today, and I got 2 wins. I was very happy. I've done Frost Deathlight, the Heroic Brawl, like 3 times. The worst I've done with that is 7. So I don't know. We'll have to see how it develops, but I will link this deck code below. If you want to try out Rainbow Deathlight, see what the numbers are like, what the basic strength of it is. And this is what I like about Deathlight, where you can intertwine your different synergies, is you have all these different like kind of burn control synergies, like Bonebreaker, which normally is just restricted to Frost. Cadaver, which is restricted to Blood, let you control the early game. You have more ways to control the early game, but basically the main thing you miss out on these style of decks, and what I struggled with when I was playing it, you don't have a flashy finisher. You don't have a Marigar. You don't have a Grave Strength. You don't have, you know, freeze the board, deal a bunch of damage. You don't have those cards, and I was just feeling like I was playing a really good arena deck. That's how I felt, but maybe I'm bad and all of that. We'll have to see how it develops. But that's the cool thing about Deathlight, is it keeps further evolving. There's more strategies, and I feel like as more cards get added as we go along, that's going to keep happening. But I want to ask this question. Because when Demon Hunter launched back in Ashes of Outland, it was a little bit different. It was a little bit different, but basically right away, it was like the most busted in every mode. And people were not happy. People were pissed. It like launched my Hearthstone YouTube career. Top search, you see Demon Hunter has broken Hearthstone. I had a lot of videos about that when I launched my channel. Helped out a lot, but I just don't see that resentment outside of like the exception with Frost. And there are some Reddit threads where I'm starting to see like the concern. DK Domination will start next expansion, which they are true. They lose nothing. They're already really, really strong, and all the other classes will be losing stuff. Do we have a problem in the horizon? Or are we also just seeing the complaints of DK heals for 185 HP going through all the vampiric bloods and all this? But the funny thing is, they comment here, they still won. They still won the game despite apparently 185 HP. So I'm curious, like Demon Hunter got the wrath of players for being too good right away. Death Knight, because it's kind of eked in and is now getting to that point, not that dominant of course, but getting to that point, we're not hearing about it. But my main suspicion of why Demon Hunter was so hated, it was one deck. It was just aggro Demon Hunter. It'd kill you before you could do anything. And even if you take a look at the decks right now that are doing quite well at Top Legend, Unholy Death Knight is a mid-range deck. It doesn't kill you very fast. It's like turns 5, 6, 7 at the very fastest. And Frost Death Knight, similar thing. They're actually, you can kind of play the game and you can also counter them. They're very counterable. With a Frost Death Knight, you play like an armor game deck, you play a health game deck, or you play against Unholy Death Knight with like AoEs. Control Priest is good. Blood Death Knight and things like that could be really solid. So there's plenty of counters, whereas aggro DH there was like nothing. The closest you had was like Galakron Warlock, and even that barely worked. You had to play like Risky Skipper Warrior or bust. So yeah, I'm curious to hear about how you guys feel. Are you getting sick of Death Knight yet? How it's going? Or do you think this is, for me, I think it was the perfect way to introduce a new class, and we're at the point where, yeah, it's really powerful, it's really strong, but there's tons of other stuff you can play, as you can see. It's counterable, and and it's also just not a complete rehash of old stuff like old Demon Hunter felt like. It didn't feel like that new. Just felt like a hyper aggro deck, whereas some of these decks kind of feel a bit newish. Anyways, probably the last I'll talk about Death Knight Supremacy, but it's the new class. I really like it, and I just wanted to talk about it a little bit more. We'll have some new topics to talk about in the upcoming days, so stay tuned. And plus, I'm sure we're going to hear about a mini set probably this week, probably the day after the Hero Brawl is over, knowing their history. So lots of news should be coming this week. And if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. Have a great day, and stay salty, my friends.
Prophet, guide me.
Leveling up can be hard in Elden Ring. How do you pick which stat to invest in? Well, what if you didn't have to choose? On this run through Elden Ring, I decided I wouldn't level my stats up until they could all be leveled up. No physic flasks or talismans can raise one stat above another. They've all got to be equal. That should make me a jack of all trades and a master. I think that's the end of the expression. If you want to watch these runs live, follow me on Twitch. We find new ways to play Elden Ring all the time. Join my Patreon to support the channel and to seize the runes of the lands between. Let's get started.
United we stand, divided we fall.
We start off in character creation making a little Marks. He's all about making sure everything is even. Oh, and we're starting off as a wretch for an even 10 in every stat. Into Limgrave, we get a crafting kit from the merchant. We can participate in capitalism. This isn't actually testing socialism's merits. I've read theory, and at no point do they mention trees that throw their own poop at you. Let's get a horsey and ride it to Comrade Alexander to free him from his hole. Since we're naked, the High Road Cave is a great place to start. We can grab our first sickle, the Sham Wow. You'll say wow every time you say it. The ideal sickle requires 19 dexterity. That means we can't get it until we're level 8 times 9, which is 73, since we start at level 1. So that's a ways away. We need something in the meantime. ShamWow. Remember when I said in the Vigor build that you shouldn't use the Barbaric Roar against the Golem? This is why. It just takes 2 hits, then we can open up the chest. You can even get 2 hits in before he stands up, so it's 100% free. That gives us the Blue Dancer Charm for a huge damage boost before we have clothing. For our first few levels, we'll do some great gray old cheesing, we blue skidoo behind the Third Church of America and do a bit of grave robbing, then trick a knight's cavalry off the bridge. Remember kids, all cavalry are bastards. Now, imagine Workers' Liberation in Fortnite. There we can fight the Fort Knight and get a #1 victory royale for the Bloody/Ash of War. Bleed is such a good status effect. See? Nerd Juice uses it against us, twice. When you're naked, your robustness is super low and you're very weak to being stabbed. Third try against Nerd Juice though, we get it. Just had to wait for Comrade Yura to come help us out. It's technically a tie though, since we also died. Didn't die against Patches. I can't stand for someone who would exploit someone under capitalism. We'll take his pickles and head out. After one of the big lazy dragon babies killed me in the Vigor run, I'm smart enough to slash its toes with the camera pointed behind me. That's enough runes to get us to level 15, which is actually level 41. Since we're nearby, let's go to Fort Pharaoh for the Dectus Medallion and die twice to the rats while grabbing Radigan's Source Seal, which we can't use. Why did I do that? Real goofball hours here. There's a ton of workers in the Weeping Peninsula who need our liberation, and there's ways we can upgrade our juice, Golden Seed, and 3 Sacred Tears. But don't let that delicious flavor distract you from the cause. Into the Impaler's Catacombs, the powers that be clearly don't like my revolution since my building lost power. We're back, and didn't have a screen for a little bit, but that's fine. Finally figured out where to go, pull the lever, and can fight the Erdtree Burial Watchdog. Normally people call boss fights with minions a gank, but let's be honest, he's just showing us the power of a union. We can't get around all the gargoyles and deal with the Burial Watchdog at the same time, so let's form our own little union by talking to Ronnie and getting some dogs. If you own a bunch of pets, congrats, they're in a union and they have great benefits, until the dogs die. But they provided a good distraction so we can get the gargoyles down and clear out the watchdog to unlock the demi-human ashes. They're an oppressed group in the lands between, and together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's go liberate Limgrave.
I'm headed straight for the castle.
Part of liberating Limgrave is of course going to be the abandoned cave in Caelid. Obviously their workers are stronger than the Cleanrot Knights, but I'm not. Normally I come here after the requisite 40 vigor and can just sort of heal off if I mistime a dodge. Today, not an option. I have less than half that HP, so stray Destructo Discs are a huge problem, and we died 4 times before getting in and clearing out the Spear Knight. Our workers are dead, but we can avenge them against the Sickle Knight for the Golden Scarab Talisman, which will boost our runes by 20%. We have to get this early since leveling it up is going to take forever. Margit is gatekeeping the King of Limgrave. Imagine gatekeeping for a monarchist. How embarrassing. Almost as embarrassing as dying to Margit 3 times. Again, I'm just kind of used to having a comfortable amount of vigor or a leveled up weapon. We could technically have upgraded our weapon, but this isn't the final sickle I want, so I don't want to waste runes on it. Runes are expensive. Eventually we get our workers through and bleed and crit him enough to wear him down. Gostok is also defending Godric in the replies. Oh my god, he's not gonna notice you. We're still going through the safe path, though I got a little lost. We somehow ended up on this really narrow ledge with a Wind Knight and barely make it out alive. We're here for the hammer. Hammer and sickle is a great combination. Maybe not an Elden Ring though. Also, we won't have enough strength to carry it until we're level 21, which is actually level 89. Let's go get paid, I guess. Remember when I said we were never gonna use Flame of the Redmanes again? That was a lie. I could never stay mad at you, baby. I'm so sorry. Despite its stance damage getting nerfed into the goddamn ground, it's still an easy way to put fire damage on a weapon. If you have a weapon with fire damage, the first Putrid Avatar in Caelid is easy. You can chop down that tree and get the Flame Shrouded Cracked Tear, which raises your fire damage even higher. Eventually we're going to take that to the Putrid Avatar in Grail, but first I want to level up the sword, even though I said I wasn't going to do that. On the way I grabbed a grape out of this hole, but I left 2 fingers inside. If we took 2 fingers out of the hole, we'd be raising our faith higher. Feels a little weird to leave them in the hole at first, but after getting used to it, it's not that bad, kind of fun. Let's go into another hole, the Raya Lucaria Crystal Tunnel, where we kind of just let our workers pummel the Crystallion with the power of organized labor. Now we can level up our sword to +6, 12 with the smithing stones we picked up on the way down, and fight the second Putrid Avatar. Big runes! Now we're level 16, or 49, depending on how you want to count it. Finally, we approach the false king of Limgrave, Godric the Garfield. Dude takes exploitation of labor to the next level. Not only does he take credit for his workers, he literally takes their limbs and glues them to himself. Classic micromanager. We get our workers in, and Nefeli, who wants to be a union rep in Limgrave. She'll do great. Bleed makes it go fast enough, you don't even need to be afraid of his dragon arm. Just run in and get your free hits in during the slow, silly attack. Godric dead. Now we can level up the workers a bit and never die again. Except for when we died in Stormvale. But that's on the way to activate Godric's Great Rune, which is going to raise all of our stats by 5. Since it happens at the same time, it's allowed. Basically 40 extra levels. It's revolutionary. Let's take the revolution to the masses. First, let's go into Aldous and get the Bell Bearing 2 to level up our weapons. Then we'll take out the Demi-Human Queen Gilka with the Demi-Humans. No kings or queens after all. That gives us the Ritual Sword Talisman for 10% more damage at full health. We'll be at full health almost always, since we're gonna start getting one-shot pretty soon here. There's some decent armor nearby, the Raptor's Feathers, which will give us a boost to our jump attacks, as well as covering our little socialist buns. Necromancer Garrus is doing some calibrations, then we calibrate him to death so we can warp out and meet up with some comrades at Jaren's party. Everyone is here to bully Radahn, and bully him we do. Since we have the bleed on our weapon, and Okina does too, we can beat him down to like 10% of his HP before he hops up. One of these days, we're gonna kill him before phase 2. It's the coolest when that happens. His armor is also pretty cool, but it's pretty expensive. Thankfully, we get some easy runes by beating down Exicus. Then we'll scoop up the Radahn set, which is nice and heavy for our relatively high endurance. I mean, it's not high compared to some of our builds, but it's the closest to where I'd actually like our stat to be. Back to Altus to upgrade the workers. First up is the Windham Catacombs, where we get gooped right when we're trying to heal. It's annoying, but I support goop and slime in all games and pieces of media. The boss is the Erdtree Burial Watchdog.
Didn't I kill you already?
This one has lightning and no gargoyles, so it's easier. I know I died, but this time I only died once, so it's easier. Up Gelmnir and into the Hero's Grave, where we can ignore a chariot on the way down and die to it on the way back up. There's too many runes to just throw away, so we'll risk the chariot again. This time we make it out. I scoop up the Somber Stone 6 while we're on the mountain, then start farming runes again. Back to Grail, this is where we get our easy grind on, though it's not easy if you don't have 40 vigor, because yeah, the Beastmen of Farum Azula, that's a one-shot. Grail, that's a one-shot. These are scaled for endgame, so it makes sense, but it's still suffering. Each one only killed us once this time though, so we can get enough runes for Show and Tell. That's the Show Tell we buy in the Saoirse Ronan Riverwell. On the way to the Draconic Tree Sentinel, we find another guy selling rune arcs, pretty important since we're gonna need those. Every time we die, we have to pop a new one. Ideally, we won't die, but second most ideally, we'll at least die at the exact same time we kill a boss, like the Draconic Tree Sentinel. Although, doing it this way means we can't pickle and lose out on a bunch of runes. Shoot, this is also generally where the no fun zone starts, and everything starts one-shotting you if you have less than 40 vigor. Hopefully, that's not a bad omen for things to come. If we're gonna have a shitty time, I want to do that literally. First, let's grab the Seedbed Curse, then chop down an Erdtree and get the Ritual Shield Talisman. It's kind of the only way we can take more than one hit since it drastically raises our defense at full health. Then into the sewer. It's full of poops and peas, and a dude who eats poops and peas. I forgot to talk to him at the round table hold, but that's fine. We can just open the shortcut first. And we even made it around the Omen, which means that this should have actually been called 3 bad omens, but the first omen wasn't bad, so yeah, 2 bad omens. Whatever, it's okay. Talk to the poop man in the round table hold, then we can let him out of the sewer. I don't believe in mass incarceration. Let me just Google what this guy did really quick and oh, maybe we should have left him in there. The first major omen we have to deal with is Moog. He hits really hard, and the sewer version can't be afflicted with status effects, so we just kind of have to get good, or get the dung eater to help. But after 3 tries, it's just not working. His swings are super wide and hit almost all of our worker friends. He's really redistributing the pain. I have an idea though. We have enough intelligence for the meteorite staff and the rock sling spell from Kaled. We come back and start spamming rocks. Until we run out of blue juice, probably should have thought of that, but we can finish it off fighting him in a way that's somewhat more honorable. I can't go further down in the sewer until we beat Morgoth, so let's just head that way. Godfrey's Shade is waiting out front, and we take 2 L's because I got greedy. You really can't get greedy when you're trying to play a socialist, you know? With him dead, we head upstairs, and I'm feeling confident until the Black Knife Assassin gets our goat. Why didn't I just run past her? Why would I risk a rune arc fighting her? Both are good questions. We're at the point where we can cast the Golden Vow spell, kind of. After our rune arc, we have enough faith. The spell is better than the Ash of War, and we just have to beat Anastia to get it. I said Anastasia and Anastasia, and people said I was wrong for both, so now it's Anastia. I hope you're all happy. It's a pain to fight her, since the dog won't let us do it in peace, but we managed to squeak it out without dying. The Golden Vow spell boosts our damage and the boys' damage, and Melena's damage by 15% and gives them 10% more damage resistance. So that's going to be really helpful against Morgoth, the Omen King, right? Well, maybe. Maybe we would have died more than 11 times if we didn't have it. Actually, we stopped using it since every time we want to use it, we have to use a rune arc, and those are limited. Eventually, I switch it up and spam rocks from the back since we're kind of frail and weak individually. The problem is spellcasting in late game doesn't work that great. Early game, the bosses are slow enough that you can back out, cast a spell, and then wait for your Spirit Ash to take the aggro or move out to cast again. Mid to late game, they'll just carve through your Spirit Ashes too fast, and honestly, sometimes that doesn't even matter. They'll just switch their aggro to you really fast. Morgat also has combos, so that Ritual Shield Talisman, pretty much useless. Woohoo, I love doing endgame with low vigor. Eventually we squeak it out, but it was rough. After 2 terrible omens, things are sure to go great. And for a bit, they do. We get through the Forbidden Lands without issue and make our way to the mountaintops of the Giants. There's a Dung Beetle with a Somber Stone 7 that is a huge pain to get, since there were 2 knife birds on my ass, and it was running towards a Hero of Zamor, but we didn't die. We decide not to ignore Realis Borealis, instead hitting him with the Meteoralis. We ran out of magic, then we can only move in when it's safe. It becomes a bit of a Chorealis when he won't stop going for the Rorealis, but we can still score Realis the win without dying. Yep, 2 bad omens, and now everything's fine. Let's go get the Frenzied Flame Seal. It's in the pit. Which I was pretty confident I knew how to fall down properly. I didn't know how to fall down properly, and that confidence led me to keep backstepping for every grave, when some of them you're supposed to roll off of. We died 10 times. Then I realized you can quit out before you hit the ground and you don't technically die, and will respawn where you tried to jump. Died 1 more time anyway. So 11 deaths to funny gravity, which I will not take off the death total. This build doesn't get special treatment like Elon, because I'm not worried about socialists getting mad if it does poorly. They're tougher than capitalists. All that snowflake stuff is just projection, and if you're mad about it, you're kind of proving my point. For the Frenzied Flame, we need grapes. We can get one by liberating the Misbegotten of Morn Castle by killing Edgar. While here, let's also beat the Leonine Misbegotten. We've had 1 revolution, yes, but what about a 2nd revolution? Then talk to Irina. Oh no, she died! Friendship ended with Irina. Hyetta is my best friend now. She gets pretty grossed out when she finds out she's eating eyes, and 5 seconds later asks for eyes from a specific dude. That dude is Vike. He's Viking about near Sauron, which means we get frenzied a bunch, but it's not a big deal. We still get the win and deliver the grave. Hyetta is now at the bottom of the pit, which means that we can get naked and fingered in a hole, then come out and burn her to death for the Frenzied Flame Seal. It scales with 4 different stats. Since ours are equal, it should be pretty great. It's also dirt cheap to level up, so we beat a Tibia Mariner to death for the runes. Hopefully, it'll keep us warm in the winter.
'Cause you're hot and you're cold, you're yes, then you're no, you're in and you're out.
There's another castle that needs liberating, so me and the workers will come together penetrating the castle's hole. Although, there's a few knights who penetrate me on the way in, with swords. At least we got that shortcut while dying the 2nd time. Niall is tricky. He's got some pretty loyal knights and they hit pretty hard. He's also making big AoEs, and each individual worker doesn't have that much health. Third try, we're able to keep our distance and find the rhythm. It's like Hi-Fi Rush. Maybe, I don't know, that game just kind of exploded into existence. I still don't really know what it is. Anyway, find the rhythm, throw the rocks, beat the Nile. With the path cleared to the Halig Tree, we smash down the Putrid Avatar since it's worth like just so many freaking runes. It's also harder than the Erd Tree Avatar in the Mountaintops of the Giants, which should give us enough runes to level up again. Another way to level up? Leveling up our seal all the way. We needed a Somber Stone 5 from the Altus Tunnel. Might as well take a whack at the Crystallian Duo while we're here. There's a Somber Stone 9 in the Dragon Barrow, and we can fight Anastia again for the 10.
Didn't I kill you already?
2 more bosses should get us some more actual levels, like the Fire Giant, which drops a considerable amount of runes relative to his considerable size. Slash the ankles for phase 1, then use the meteors to hit him right in his tummy face. Once he falls over, ride in and slash his face up without the crit, because the crit doesn't deal any damage to this guy for some reason, and just build up the bleed. It goes really smoothly. The 2nd time, first time we got smashed. Against the Magma Worm, we unionize the octopi and throw rocks from a distance. Let's go suffer. The Penguin Noble is just like Nerd Juice from early in the game. The only difference is we don't get any help, and he's scaled for endgame now, which means he hits really hard, really fast, and we have to hit him about 20 times if we want to kill him. This is gonna go poorly. I decided, hey, let's make it go more poorly and spend rune arcs. That way we can activate the Grafted Greatsword boost and get plus 10 to every stat instead of just plus 5. It's honestly still not that great. Carrying the extra sword puts us in heavy load once the boost ends, and we can't kill him before the boost ends, and we're still only at 33 vigor. If it ain't a 40, you don't get to make mistakes. We have to hit him 20 times without making a mistake. So, Detour, let's get through Lion's Claw Ash of War. I've used it against Gideon to make pancakes in the past. Surely it's good for PvP in general. It works against Gideon though because Gideon's a silly goose who doesn't attack you right away. The Penguin Noble attacks you right away. It works better, but we still died 1 more time for 7 total deaths. I hate NPC fights, y'all. One day I might learn how to handle them, but for now, PvE is just so much more fun than PvP. Let's go get some Moog money. We warp to Mogwin Palace, then fight Eleonora back in Altus. She gives us a preview of an endgame area we're about to explore. Whip City. The brick hammer is bad, like deceptively so. I have no idea why it's so stumpy, but it whiffs more than shorter weapons. I mentioned this in the Thor run too. The last time we used this hammer, it seems like it's smaller than the Cestus. In Mogwin Palace, we got killed by Sans the Funny Skeleton, then died twice while trying to buy rune arcs. We got out, but don't worry, because Moog is about to mess our shit up. Sans, the Endurance run, and Poison Ivy. They all did fine against Moog, easy first try win. But Thor, a pretty good run, suffered. Trevor, pretty good run, suffered. What carries something through this fight? I have no idea. 6 deaths just pop, one after another. We have bleed on the show tell, but that's not good enough for phase 2, mostly because he just doesn't sit still long enough for us to bleed him. The Splatoon juice on the floor also breaks our ritual shield talisman, which means that we're gonna get one shot if our socks are wet. 6 deaths before the end of the first stream. I didn't do this intentionally, but that is total death 69. Nice. After a night of rest, I cracked the code. I just need Rotten Breath. Hit the devil with some bad breath and Scarlet Rot will take him down. It almost killed Radon at full power. Surely it's gonna work on this creep, right? Not exactly. We died 6 more times, but that's fine. We just need something to spam while we run away. Sure, we can't get Comet Azure like we did on the Sans run. We're like 50 intelligence too low for that. But we can shoot ropes. To shoot ropes, we have to do a bit of the Millicent quest. Die to O'Neill. Oh god, that's bad. Beat O'Neill.
Didn't I kill you already?
Talk to Gowry, run through the town of Horsery, cure Millicent, get an arm from the Shaded Castle, kill the zombie so I can warp out, give Millicent a hand, and learn how to shoot ropes from an old man in a shack. It took off all my clothes to get a power boost from the Blue Dancer Charm. With our solid seal for mixed stats, it should be enough to know. Nope, that sucks. Okay. Fine, let's go get another status effect, Frostbite. That'll do a big chunk of damage and make him take more damage from our workers. And the Rot Breath will do more damage after we do that. And it still kind of sucks. Yeah, overall we died 18 times to Moog and probably didn't need to. At this point, he's only giving us 1 more level. I'm just so desperate to improve at this point, and the bosses aren't letting it happen. Can you imagine wanting to advance in your life, but a boss stops you because they don't want you to have more money? I would hate that system so much. I'd want to change that system. And there's only one way to change that system. Before trying to do Faram Azula, I wasted time by doing the Gold Mask quest for the Golden Disc spell. I thought I could use it to kill some Deathrite birds and get 1 more level, but it didn't go well. And I didn't want to sunk cost myself into 18 more deaths. I'm actually kind of proud that I gave up after 2. To Faram Azula and then the Godskin duo. They're so fun. Rod is generally pretty good on them, but it's been nerfed since like 5 patches ago. The damage is still fine, it just doesn't proc. So you're probably gonna get hit while you're applying it, and we can't take hits. One of the times, I forgot to summon Bernie. That time really sucked. Eventually, we're able to get it working, and Bernie helps us slam for the win. Obviously, this build's gonna get along well with Bernie. Maybe we just need stronger workers. The last grave gloveworts we need are in the giant conquering hero's grave, but I haven't done this in one of our low vigor runs. Turns out this little pocket with the fire monk is a huge pain in the ass if you can't trade hits. Ironically, the socialist build can't trade. We lost all our runes, so never mind, let's go do the bird run. It goes fine. Then the draconic tree sentinel, which goes worse. After 2 deaths, I decided to rot it, run away, and wait for the rot to do its thing. Then finish it off. Really hate this dude without health or allies. Take those runes back to the hero's grave and we make it out alive and max out the workers. It's been too long since we suffered. Almost an entire paragraph of this script. Malekith time, and this is rough. While he's susceptible to rot, bleed, etc., his status effects reset halfway through the fight, so it's not really worth the slow casting time of the spell. As for bleed, that's fine, but it doesn't deal stance damage, which we need to make him stop moving. The safest way to beat Malekith is just to make sure he can't move. But the hammer is so damn short. We can't get these hits off while we are inside the Catboy. Ugh. The combos break our shield talisman, and he's fast enough that we can't hit him with the spells, so nothing we have is good at this. I'm actually pretty proud that we died less than 10 times. Gideon goes fine, we pancake him for a bit, but even after he gets out, our workers keep the pressure up, so we can find openings to get some hits. Shiburi wants to help us with Godfrey, but that's a bad idea. It gives Godfrey too much extra HP, and our demon friend dies before phase 2 even starts. So instead, it's just us and the workers. And after Daddy splits us in half a few times, figure out the moves. First, bait the jump, then you can do a 180 rot breath and get him afflicted. Or not. Do it again. Slam him while he goes for phase 2.5, then crit him into phase 2. Normally, I was trying to find safe openings for the rot in phase 2, but to be honest, I was kind of pissed off at this point, so I just went for the rot again, and actually got it off. That led to another stance break, and by the time he was going for phase 2.5, we were able to beat him all the way down. We're so close to leveling up, so let's get this edge off. Where can we do that? Ghost Skin Duo. We beat the God Skin Duo. How hard could they be one at a time? Oh right, these two can't be hit with status effects, so that sucks. After the first death, I grabbed the runes and left, but found a rune arc and a hero's rune on the way out. Not totally bad. We'll do Vike instead.
Didn't I kill you already?
Since he's in an Ever Jail, when we lose, we can just collect the runes for free. It's very safe. I forgot the Godskin Apostle in Altus isn't the one that gives you a bunch of runes, and didn't want to go to the Divine Tower of Caelid, so instead let's do all of Raya Lucaria. Top to bottom, it only takes 11 minutes. Smaragd is worth more than the Godskin Apostle. That's hilarious. The Red Wolf takes huge damage, pretty funny. Moongrum is an NPC, so good thing I'm over leveled, and Renala gets one cycled in phase 1. Phase 2, also pretty easy. Now we can enter the final fight at level 26. Woo! It's actually 121 overall. Time to defeat God with the power of a strong union. I put a fire effect on our hammer. It's the damage Radagon is weakest to. Technically, he can be rotted, but he resists it so heavily, and the amount it takes to proc has been nerfed, so I gave up, and I don't recommend you try it at home. First attempt, we tied with Radagon, but a tie goes to the Elden Beast because, like, you know, there's still an Elden Beast. Attempt 2, we make it to God, but God cheats. They send out the Elden Stars, Breath, and the Beams all at the same time, and with only 31 Vigor after a rune arc, we died. That's just too much. Next attempt, I managed to get a Golden Vow off before phase 2, but that doesn't matter. I thought the Elden Beast couldn't end its insta-kill attack inside the insta-kill cloud, but apparently it can. Damn, dude, maybe you should just permanently live in your insta-kill cloud. That's what I would do if I was you. Next attempt, I brought the Flame of Frenzy. It's basically a shotgun of fire, and once we get a stance break, we can shotgun the tummy before a crit. That's pretty sweet. We finally got some good luck, and it went for melee attacks, so now we can claim victory at 11 hours and 7 minutes. 42 bosses dead and 121 deaths. It's not quite F tier, actually, still above Poison Ivy and Ed Elric. However, I really don't recommend this challenge. Every boss becomes more stressful after you get to like level 16 maybe. You just have to kill so many bosses to actually level up. And the incremental improvement doesn't feel noticeable. It does hurt to put the Socialist run below the Elon run, but I'm pretty sure socialism isn't actually about making all of your stats even in a video game. And I wouldn't be a socialist if I didn't shift the goalposts to defend socialism. If you want to help me participate in capitalism, join my Patreon so I can keep these videos coming. Follow me on Twitch to watch these runs live, and sub to my other channel if you like TTRPGs and other silly stuff.
Reporting for duty.
Hello?
Hello.
What do you guys want? Triple or double?
My client has the heart of a Kyrian.
Reporting for duty. To battle!
This is your moment.
Adren versus Urel.
This is your moment.
Back in 2019, when I was in Phoenix filming with embalmer and friend of the channel, Monica Torres, we said this.
If you want to see us go through the process of embalming, how many likes do we need?
What did I say on the table? 100,000 likes. I think I said 100,000. Let's make it 150,000. Because this is not the thing I want to do. I see all your comments. Caitlin, you said you were gonna get embalmed like 2 years ago. What gives? What happened? Oh, I don't know, Janice. Ever heard of a little something called the pandemic? Huh? But I am a woman of my word. You gave us those likes, and here I am, a vaxxed queen, ready to hold up my end of the bargain and get embalmed. Well, fake embalmed, not real embalmed. You can't embalm a living person on YouTube. Come on, that's only for my Patreon. Kidding, kidding. I got jokes. Hi, Monica.
Hi, Caitlin.
We're back, baby. How was your pandemic?
We survived.
Exactly. I am here today for Monica to embalm me. Now, everybody thinks that I hate embalming.
Well, some people.
Not true, internet. I think that embalming can serve a very useful purpose. Is it overused by the American funeral system? Yes. But there are certain situations, for example, a badly decomposed body, which we've talked about with you before on this channel. The body has to travel long distances, or it's a long period of time after the person died before they can have a viewing.
Such as what we experienced during the pandemic. It's an option.
It's an option, thank you.
So usually I don't get to interview my clients.
The corpses aren't speaking up, I hope not.
But in this instance, we're gonna interview Caitlin on the red sofa, and we're gonna find out just exactly how she died so that we can customize her embalming.
So let's say that I am a young person who has died of cancer. So I'm not autopsied, but my family would like to see me looking a little rejuvenated after a difficult path to my death. So what chemicals for the embalming would you recommend?
Why don't we start with cosmetizing from the inside out by using a dye.
Interesting. So this is a dye concentrate. So this goes in the embalming fluid?
It does, and it's formaldehyde free.
Does it depend on my complexion how much of this dye you put into the tank?
Absolutely, it depends on your complexion, it depends on your ethnicity, and a lot of other factors.
For embalming use only, keep away from children. I should say so.
So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna plump you back up with a product called Restoratone.
So Restoratone is a humectant. What does a humectant do in the embalming process?
It's going to restore a lot of the fluid that was lost during the dyeing process.
Okay, so it's a lotion for inside.
Exactly.
So this is arterial fluid. This is the stuff. This is what makes an embalming, would you say?
I would agree, absolutely. That's the bad mamma jamma.
So what does 28 index arterial mean?
What it really means is the strength of the fluid. When someone has passed due to cancer, a higher strength of fluid is definitely recommended and needed.
Which means more formaldehyde.
More
basically.
formaldehyde.
Cranked up formaldehyde.
Yes.
You would pair this with the humectant and the dye.
Yes.
And those together would be what was in your tank.
Absolutely, along with some other co-inject chemicals. Co-inject chemicals are the vehicles that move the arterial and the humectant through the body.
Okay, so kind of the vehicles
They're
that
the
they all
vehicles,
climb
yes.
into and
That's
drive
right.
through your arteries.
That's right. To the slab. We go.
How long is this entire process gonna take, start to finish?
That's a really good question. I think that most people have that question. Every person's death is different, so every embalming is different. Some people can take maybe a half hour to an hour, and some people can take days. So right now what we're doing is we're bathing Caitlin's body and breaking up all the rigor mortis that may have set in after death.
Yeah, let me do my rigor mortis impression.
Yeah, do your rigor mortis, perfect. Many times when people die, they will come into the funeral home and they still are in a state of rigor mortis. Part of the embalming process is actually massaging the hands, the arms, the legs, and all the different parts of the body to break up the rigor mortis. And this is how I do it. Kind of like a massage.
For me, it's exactly like a massage. I'm not gonna lie, this is so relaxing and nice. I'm having a great time.
We've completed that disinfecting process, and now we're going to disinfect the body from the inside out, which is by internally embalming the body with formaldehyde.
Warning for those of you non-needle and scalpel fans, this may get a little scalpely. So at this point, we have to open my artery and open my vein to both drain the blood out of my body and open an artery to replace my blood with this tank of fluid behind me. Corpse explains embalming to you.
Right now, what I'm doing is I'm preparing my tools, my surgical scissors, and this right here is called a hemostat. And this is what I'm going to be clamping down her artery with. And I have a couple of aneurysm hooks that I will be lifting up the arteries with, and a drain tube. This is like a little pump that will drain the blood out of the vein. Firstly, what I will do is I will take my scalpel and create an incision right on her collarbone, about a 1-inch incision right here, so that I can have access to her carotid artery.
This is a much more confronting experience than
Isn't it
climbing in your
really?
own coffin. The scalpel to the carotid artery is like the most confronting death thing I've done. And I've put myself in a lot of death-confronting situations in my day.
You really have. So here we are. This is the arterial tube that we're going to insert into Caitlin's carotid artery. And once that's inserted into her artery, I'm going to clamp it off just like this with my hemostat, and that'll hold it in place through the embalming process. Now that we've prepared the chemicals and Caitlin is disinfected and bathed, I'm gonna go ahead, insert this arterial tube into her carotid artery. This machine is set up to push the preservative fluid through her arteries and out her veins. So as this arterial fluid is going into her arteries, in through her heart, all the way down to her arms, her legs, her fingers, and her toes, the blood that is in the body, bacteria-rich blood, is coming out. And that's where the real preservation happens.
The preservation happens because the embalming fluid that is now going into my arteries is fixing the proteins to make them so they don't decompose the way they normally would.
Exactly. Formaldehyde coagulates protein.
That's kind of mortuary school 101.
Yeah.
It's like embalming coagulates proteins.
Yes. In this case, where Caitlin has passed away from cancer, most likely, if there are no blockages in her arteries, the process should take anywhere from 1 to 2 hours. While the embalming fluid is moving through the body, the embalmer is actively massaging the body, the feet, the hands, the arms, the face, the shoulders, every part of the body that we can access. We're going to be stimulating those areas to push the blood out and encourage the preservative into the capillaries. And you can see right here that I'm pushing the blood towards the heart. So when we massage towards the heart. Say that, you know, her hand isn't getting embalmed and the rest of her arm is, that massage is really gonna help facilitate the movement of the blood and the fluid in there.
So far, I give 2 stars to the formaldehyde coursing through my body, 9.5 stars to the massage element. Extremely positive experience.
Have you seen my new trocar?
I have not seen your new trocar. I'm about to see it in the most intense way. Oh my god, it's golden! I've never seen a golden trocar in all my life. Oh wow, it's... Only you would have a personally embossed golden trocar. Perhaps the most misunderstood and potentially difficult part from the family to hear about embalming is what goes on here with the trocar and the cavity.
I agree. I don't know if it's necessarily that families have a difficult time understanding it, but funeral directors in general, I think, have a hard time talking about it with families. When I talk to families about cavity work, I most often reference plastic surgery and liposuction, because this is a technique that is very, very similar to liposuction. However, instead of liposuctioning fat, we're suctioning the actual visceral organs. For the sake of ease, we're going to insert the trocar into Caitlin's abdomen and point straight towards her right ear, puncturing the heart through the diaphragm, and begin to proceed with that process back and forth, creating channels through all of her organs. And you can see that I'm creating a fan motion. As I'm moving the trocar in and out of her body, there is a suction that's going on, and all of the fluid, bacteria-rich blood, any kind of ickies, as I like to call them, are being removed. Once I've done the upper half of her body and I feel like it's sufficiently been channeled, I will remove the trocar, come back through the same opening, head straight down towards her bladder,
This is your moment.
dip 2 inches down, and begin to suction any urine that's left over in her bladder after death. After I've relieved her bladder, I will go through and attack the intestines, puncturing them as much as I can to create channels for the embalming preservative to creep in and do its job.
I don't know that I've ever pictured myself being trocared
Sure,
before.
well, who
but
has, right?
I certainly did right then.
I do think it is really important, like even though it is an invasive procedure, it is one of the most important things that we can do to preserve the body for long term.
The reason that I always argue that it's overused is because grandma who died yesterday and is having an immediate viewing maybe does not need the full cavity treatment.
Yeah.
And so to have every single body in the funeral home be embalmed in this, start to finish process is maybe excessive. But when you look at what this kind of work actually does, it does have such a specific function.
This is another really fabulous magical tool that I really love, and this is called an evolution injector. And this tool is spectacular because in the old days they had gravity bongs that they would hold up, and they'd use gravity to inject the fluid, and now we have these amazing tools that our embalming chemical companies make for us. So what we do is we attach our cavity fluid right here, and it just twists right onto this device, and we turn it upside down. Once I've attached my cavity fluid onto my device, I'm going to go straight through the channels, the same opening, and release the fluid into the organs, into the heart, into the lungs.
So embalmers in the crowd may wonder why we haven't talked about setting the features, which is closing my eyes and my mouth and giving me a less obviously dead appearance. But you don't do that at the beginning of the embalming process.
I think it's important to remember that embalming, besides being a science, is also an art. And so every artist creates art a little differently, and I don't set features in the beginning like most embalmers. I will, however, close the eyes, and oftentimes I will close the mouth. Now, there are several different ways to close the mouth. My preferred method is a muscular suture. Be dead. Which I will insert my needle through the nostril, across the septum, down the nostril, down underneath Caitlin's lip, across the bottom, back up the nostril, and I'll tie a nice little bow right here and insert it into her nostril to be hidden forever.
So you may not realize that many embalmed bodies have a little nose present.
Yes, there's a little bow in there on many of them. Secondly, I would say, most embalmers, many embalmers use eye caps. I prefer not to use eye caps. I think it looks more natural to offer a hypodermic injection with what we call feature builder. And it's just that, it's building the feature, and it'll also keep her eye closed, and it looks a little more natural than an eye cap.
Last but certainly not least, your specialty is restorative work. And the face is sort of the reason the family is there.
Yeah.
So if I had some sunken features, what would you go about doing to, I guess, plump me and preen me?
A lot of times the embalming process, if it's gone without fault, it will restore the body very nicely, and there's very little that's needed to be done after as far as cosmetics. However, some people who have suffered from, like we talked about before, organ failure or severe trauma may need some restorative work. And that's where I use hypodermic injection techniques to really build the features to a rejuvenated appearance.
So we're gonna leave the safety on the needle first for you needle phobes, you're welcome. And then also so you can actually get in there more and show what you would be doing.
Absolutely, yes. So what I'll do is I'll typically go in right at the nose, and keep in mind this is
What's in here when you're doing this?
This is Feature Builder, yes.
So what is Feature Builder?
Feature Builder is a preservative product that we use that coagulates once it's delivered into the tissue itself. So it will plump the tissue.
So it's like Juvederm or like...
It's like Juvederm or Sculptra, any of those. Yes, absolutely.
All right, hit me. I'm ready for my, I'm
You
ready
ready for your
I'm ready to
Botox?
get Instagram face.
Okay. So what I do is I'll go straight in through the nose and right up the middle of her nose, come up through the glabella and create a fan-like technique. After that, I will come straight down right into the cheek on each side and plump her cheeks just a little bit. Less is more. Then I'll come down to the lips, insert my needle, very, very slowly and gently plump her lips, top and bottom. And who doesn't want a nice plump chin? Nowadays, it's getting really popular for plastic surgeons to create a nice jawline. So I've gone so far as to create a jawline for men and women. Obviously, women are a little softer and men are a little bit more square. Finally, I always think it's important to make sure to preserve and rejuvenate the ears. So I will always go right into the earlobe and up the ear and preserve this area. And that's always nice in case the family wants to add earrings later on. And at this point, you're embalmed, Caitlin. How do you feel?
That was interesting. I feel like this may be the final frontier of me, sort of like climbing in an aquamation machine and lying there. I think this is sort of my final frontier of facing my own mortality.
Well, I'm glad that I could walk you to that line here in the Death Education Studio here at Cold Hands House.
I wouldn't do it with anyone but you. I promise you. If you want me to come back to Monica's studio to talk about unembalmed bodies and how it's the future of the funeral industry and how if a family doesn't want embalming, there's still all sorts of things that you can do to prepare the body without chemicals, then we need how many likes?
I don't know, 174?
170. I like that kind of energy. 174,000 likes is the exact number we need for me to come back to Phoenix into the loving arms of
Leandrin versus the Lich King!
Will serve me in death.
My blade burns with holy fire.
I see you've brought I see you've brought guests.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Andrew Michaels, and I believe you're here for a third eye pineal gland sensitivity test. So that is correct. Well, it's good to meet you. No. I'm not here to judge. No. But I am here to help you. Okay, let's get started. Now, what you came here for today is a very simple test. You have your regular eyes, and the eyes are the window to the soul. But there is a third eye. The way your mind, your vision, your sense of smell, taste, hearing, and touch, how all of these senses come together to give you a more elevated spiritual look at the world. That is where your third eye comes in. The way your spirit, mind, and body interprets the stimulus around you, the way you perceive the universe and your place in it. Now you may remember the biblical story of the Apostle Paul. The apostles had fire coming out of their foreheads. It allowed them to speak other languages, to interpret the words that the people of the different places they went were speaking, as well as for those people to understand them. That's a form of your third eye exhibiting itself in a physical manifestation in our prime material plane, the world we live in. Okay? The Apostle Paul was hunting early Christians, and when he had a vision, when he was struck by the angels of heaven, he saw a vision of Jesus. And Jesus says, "Why do you persecute me so?" And he felt his eyes were opened from this event. He felt like actual fish scales after his baptism fell from his eyes. You could actually see the scales falling off of his face. That was literally his third eye manifesting itself in a physical way. Now, these simple tests that I'm about to do will help you get in touch with that part of your spirit and help your body align with it. And we will see how sensitive you are on this scale. Now, first off, your age. Okay. Okay. Your actual place of birth. Do you remember the hospital? You sure? Okay. Okay. That's a lot of information. Okay, now, your parents, are they both still alive? Okay. And what are their ages currently? Okay. And you do not have to answer the following questions, but they could help. Do you have an original religious preference from your family's past, not your current religion? Okay. And currently, do you attend a religious facility? Do you consider yourself a certain denomination? It's only important in the reference to what you've been exposed to, what you've been told. It's hard for people to open up their minds if they've experienced too much dogma, too much indoctrination, and certain religions are known for that. I'm not talking about anyone in particular. Your mind only has to be willing to accept the facts that there are more things in this world, in this universe, and inside your mind that we don't understand. To unlock these puzzles, to unlock this space right here, inside your mind. It's totally up to you. If you do not feel comfortable, there may be a genetic predisposition not to allow this to occur. You may be asking yourself not to participate. This is very important. Okay. No. Religious affiliation has absolutely no bearing on this. Your willingness to accept, your willingness to open your mind is the determining factor. But like I said, fears, indoctrinations, dogma, those kind of things weigh down the soul. If you're strong in your faith and your beliefs, doesn't matter what anybody says, does it? Think about that for a moment. Just for a moment. If you're strong and secure in your beliefs, what does it matter what anybody else says? You see? These are simple parlor tricks, placebo effects, games, things to do to pass the time. But I think if I touch you right there, did you feel that? It's a very quick test. There you go. Very strong reaction. Okay. Enough notes right now. We're just going to take a very quick measurement. Just hold still. And then longitudinal. Okay. Very good. Now, I'd like to take your heartbeat very quickly. And check your heart rate. Breathe in slowly through your nose and out through your mouth. Okay, may I have your wrist? Let me have your wrist. Just hold it right there. And I'm just going to time your pulse. Very good. Thank you very much. All right. Now, for this next part, we're going to do a very simple but odd olfactory test. I have some samples in this petri dish over here, and I'm going to place them inside this sterilized beaker, this little tiny jar. There's nothing there, is there? At least to your eyes. Now, close this side of your nose up and smell. Not too deeply, just make sure you get a good flavor of it. Okay, now cover up this side. Get a nice flavor of it. Okay, what do you think it is? Very good, very good. Very sensitive. Not a bad thing, no. Here we go. Stir it up in this bottle. Same thing, cover up this nose. And now the other side. Very good. And one more. Okay. Stirring up the chemicals in the air to allow them to atomize. Same thing, one more time. Cover up this nostril. And now the other one. Very good. Just gotta clean it out a little bit. There. Very good. Now, I'm going to ask you to close your eyes for just a moment. And hold still. And remain your eyes closed. And do you feel that? These are time beads. Do you feel pressure in your head, in here, or in the back? Okay, it's very important. I'm just going to check your eyes real quick. Now the other side. How does that make you feel? Okay. Okay. Covering up your right eye. Covering up your right eye. Covering up your right eye. Follow this light. Follow it. Follow it. All the way down. Covering up that eye again. Follow this light. left eye. Same thing. Follow this light. Follow this light. Follow the light. Same thing again. Looking straight at me. Straight at my nose, right here. Between my eyes. See the pen? Tell me when you can see it. Don't take your eyes off me. See it? Okay. Once more. Okay. Same thing. Keep your eyes right here. Let me know when you can see the pen. Okay, one more. And once more. Thank you very much. Now, simply focusing on the end of this light with both eyes. Follow this light. Follow the light with your eyes. Follow the light with your eyes. Focus now. Focus on the light.
Hello my friends, welcome back to my channel, and today we're back with another Dying Light 2 video. So yesterday on 31st of Jan 2023, we got an update for Dying Light 2 on PC, Xbox and PlayStation. Now this isn't any normal update, it's actually the community update part 2. And oh boy, Techland has really started this new year with a bang. The update has added a lot of highly requested features and changes. This update simply proves one thing to the community: Techland is listening. In fact, during yesterday's anniversary stream, Techland even talked about the future update that includes the new DLC 2 and some other overhaul and quality of life changes. We do in fact have a new roadmap for this year. And also, with all honesty, we got some great news there too. But this video is only focused on the community update 1.9.0 that we got yesterday. So let's talk about that, and for everything Dying Light 2, do subscribe to the channel as my next video will be about the future update DLC 2, and trust me, you don't want to miss it. Now the first and the biggest thing Techland has added in this update is the highly requested feature that we had back in Dying Light 1, the following DLC. Yes, we are talking about the legendary levels, and to access this you will need to open your inventory and then go to the skills section. There you will be introduced to every option. So at the left side you have the new legendary skills, where each skill has its own perk similar to the following legendary levels. So we got a run-in upgrade that increases the two-handed weapon damage, then we got Slayer that increases one-handed weapon damage, then we got Officer that increases one-handed blunt weapon damage, and after that we got Brute that increases two-handed blunt weapon damage, followed by Sniper that increases crossbow damage, then Joker that increases the throwable damage, then Hunter for bow damage, Engineer to increase explosive throwables damage, Survivor to recover faster after landing safely, and then finally Brawler to increase the damage for knuckle dusters, kicks and punches. All the skills can be upgraded multiple times until they max out. Then at the right side we got the reward section. The first thing you will see is the rank, followed by the exclusive legendary outfits that unlocks at legend level 1, level 50, level 100 and finally level 250. In fact, you will also get a chest that will drop you a random weapon and some crafting pods. I actually got one myself. All this is just amazing. Plus the amount of legendary XP you will get in this game will increase depending on the difficulty you play in. I really love this change, and I just hope we get some more outfits for reaching certain legendary levels in the game. Now the next change is for the console players. You guys asked for this and Techland delivered it. So now we officially have a cross-gen for Xbox and PlayStation players, which means PS5 users can play with their PS4 friends without downgrading anything. Same is for the Xbox players. Basically, the old gen and the new gen consoles can play the game together in their respective versions. I'm so happy we finally got this. Moving on to another big change that everybody in the community complained about. Techland has finally listened to all the complaints regarding the ragdoll physics and AI reaction. In fact, in this update, they have actually improved it. So now if you hit a zombie with certain weapons, the zombies will react differently to those weapon hits. Check it out.
Why is it always here? It's been a few days since our Dwarven adventure, but we're back and we're playing again. Did I win the dwarf run? No, I didn't. All right, let's play the dwarf run. All right, let's do a recap because I don't remember what was going on because it's been a few days. It looks like it's been a little while since Cassandra attacked. We did have a pretty scary attack last time where a raid dropped in our back door and they forced themselves into our back door and it hurt. It hurt really badly. But we managed to survive. We did take some grenades to the legs. Some people lost some body parts, but we didn't have any deaths and we did defend them. Ever since that happened, we built some protection on our back door. So our back door now has this this grate on it that things can't fit through, and therefore we can defend. So that was annoying. They took out a lot of our power, a lot of our steel supply. Had to go into remaking it. We have started mining again. We also finished our research, and we are super scanning. So we're trying to find gold and stuff like that right now. And I'm trying to also decide whether we want to do the royalty ending. I'm leaning towards it just to be thematic. So I haven't done a royalty ending in a while. Honestly, the ending event is pretty much the same as a ship launch. And we could actually do the ship launch. Like, I could just build a ship right now. I could just build a ship right now. But I would kind of like to go with the themed bit, you know? So we'll see. We'll see. If we get kind of sick of the run and waiting around to get stuff from the Empire. Oh, that reminds me. I think there's something that past Adam left for me to take care of. Hang on. Ah, yeah, we got this. Now, the good news is this is about a third of what used to be here. So this mech cluster in part is still here, but it's not too bad. So we still have this past Adam. The guy always ruins my life. So anyway, we got this. They actually have taken out like 3 raids. So that's pretty awesome of them. Way to go, mechs. Thank you. Appreciate you. You might be also asking yourself, Adam, why are some of those mechs more white than others? Well, you're not allowed to ask anyone that. You can't ask anyone why they're more one color than another. But I'm going to answer it anyway. The mechs that come out of the mech assembler are a newer color. They're white. They're not aged. They haven't been out in the environment. So the ones that come out of mech assemblers are a lighter color. It's a nice little detail. Have you used Chupacabra as a map seed yet? No, I have not. No. Never watched the Melee run though. The Melee only run is still the hardest run I've ever done, but that's going to change. I'm going to do a challenge run after this one that I don't think is actually possible. Like, I know I've said that before. I didn't think the Melee run was possible, but this next one, the next challenge run I'm going to do, I really don't think it's possible. Don't think it's possible. But I'll give you more information on that once we start getting towards the end of this playthrough. But I am looking forward to trying it. Under 18 only run, that would be way easier than this next run. Way easier. Like I said, this is going to be way harder than Melee only. Fog War Silent Raids, no, way harder than that too. Fists only, I think it's actually harder than Fists only. Believe it or not. But anyway, we'll get to that one. We'll get to that one. If anyone can make it possible, you think I'll be able to? Yeah, man, I don't know. I really don't know. I didn't think... All right, so we did a world first challenge in Darkest Dungeon. So in the first Darkest Dungeon game, I did a hardest difficulty, no lights, no torches, no deaths the entire playthrough on the hardest difficulty. Super crazy. First person that we know of in the world that got it done. Took a very long time. I think this next RimWorld run is harder than that. Incapable of Violence only. I think the Incapable of Violence only run would be easier than the next run. I'm not even joking. What's my base worth? Let me take a guess. I'm going to say we're at about 260,000 wealth. I'm going to go 260. Maybe 250. All right, let's take a look. Oh, 275. 275. That was pretty close. 260, 275. It doesn't matter. We're at raid cap anyway. A secret compartment for mushrooms. Are you happy to see me, or is that a secret compartment of mushrooms? It's both. It's both. Baby needs fungus. Only cannibal. That's how I usually play. Only cannibal is actually easier than a standard run. I wish we were only cannibal right now. Raid. Time immediately. Here we go. Guys, we defeated the first mech cluster. Is it only one group? It's only one group. All right, we can watch it. All right, it's all melee. Are those Neanderthals? Oh my God. 120 all melee Neanderthals versus a leftover mech cluster. The Neanderthals have this. Those mechs are super screwed. We are the Neanderthals. We know like machine. Zug zug. Green Beret Special Forces. I like this guy in the mask. He looks like he definitely belongs there. See their leader? Everyone else has the Green Beret. Mallard walking around. Hey, we got the, oh God, I don't want them to steal it. All right, good. Man, they are wrecking those mechs. Wow. Absolutely wrecked those mechs. We got an opening, right? Yeah, okay. So how many are left? The mechs did some decent work there, but there's still 97 left. Uh-oh. Guys, you and your Toxalope might be in trouble. You should perhaps turn around. See, this shows you, yeah, that it's true. Like I was saying before, if you got a big problem that you don't know how to take care of, just leave it alone and let someone else deal with it. Just ignore it until Neanderthals arrive. That's right. I hear death in the distance. Death in the distance. Let's go, children. It's time to get some shooting experience in, all right? All right. All right, kids. All right, those guys are dead. Never done one yourself? Any pro tips for mountain bases? My biggest tip for a mountain base is to make lots of sections to block melee block bugs. So you see, like most doors, I have the space around it to do 3 melee blockers and weapons behind it. That's the big one. That's the biggest thing with mountain bases is just put in a lot of areas to do melee blocks for insects. Hey, we won! The remaining ones bled out. Hey, let's go get some shooting experience. Hey! Hey, I was supposed to get shooting experience. Watch where you're walking. Look at that. Yeah, there's like a trail of blood from the burning remains of the Met cluster all the way to our mountain entrance. Well, that was the second Cassandra event in a row. Cassandra is up early this morning. But now we have some time to rebuild and do some things that I want to do. Wonder if they turn the infestation down because of the addition of like the pollution insects. Maybe. Look at this dumb prisoner dying over there. What an idiot. God, stupid prisoner. Why don't you just eat the metal bits and ashes from the smelter? Or perhaps lick this sandstone sculpture. You can probably get some nutrients there. It's like a salt lick, and you are an Itakeen. I don't know. Do furries like salt licks? I'm not sure. I don't know much about furries. The first infestation you can get are 70% of previous size. Then the max size of a station is 40% of previous size. That's crazy. It's a sliding linear scale. That's really nuts. You know, there's kind of a big downside to that. So obviously infestations now being easier is whatever, and that makes mountain bases even stronger. But now using an infestation to help against a raid, like if you go out and you cause an infestation like down here, it's not really as great against a raid anymore. We're getting refugees? Is it still not counting children to the population for refugees and stuff like that? More beneficial to let them spawn, but on future raids can cheese the size of wastepack infestations. The wastepack dissolves in a room spawns 6x6, spawns in the center of the map. Oh, that's weird. I guess I'll take these guys and have them help clean off the map. Maybe we'll get some new breeding material if some of them want to join. Sounds so bad. Hey, refugees. Feel free to hang out for a while, eat some mushrooms, and perhaps later on we can do the breeding. So we're going to start out by setting all of these guys just to haul and clean, and then I'm going to go back through. Chef, you don't have a... Is it an ironic name? You don't have a passion in cooking? Why do they call you Chef? Are you really good at making food? No, man. Last time I tried to make mac and cheese, it caught on fire. Oh, it's one of those ironic names. The reason why I chose that specifically is my sister-in-law, so my wife's sister, obviously, apparently, when she was a teenager, didn't know how to make macaroni and cheese, and so she put the noodles just straight in a pot and turned the stove on with no water, and they burned. You bet people that don't know how to boil water. Yeah. I've always said that I'm under the impression that people say they can't cook. I'm like, anyone can cook. But after I've met a few people, it's like, maybe you shouldn't cook. They break down. We're gonna leave them unrestricted, so hopefully they clear off a bit of the map while they're here. That's all we really care about. All right, Marcunus isn't a dwarf. He's addicted to alcohol now. Oh well. Is that a set of Itakeen? Are they naked? Do these furries just show up 100% naked? Look at this guy. He just likes being naked. Naked speed. Kind of interesting. They don't get malice being naked. Well, they get killed easier, though. Can you be furry and naked? Are they mutually exclusive? Apparently not. Apparently they're not exclusive. Any idea what the next run will be? Oh, I know what the next run's going to be. It's not going to be melee only. It's going to be harder. Chef, I will beat you down. We don't do insults here. Unless you're insulting a mule. I got a comment earlier. And I'm not saying this. I'm like not upset about the comment at all. It's not a bad one. But I got a comment this morning on YouTube because I made a reference to Alf. And they were like, Alf? You're not old enough to have watched Alf? It's like, I think I'm older than what you think I am. So I took that as a compliment. Oh my god. Stop him. Don't freaking kill my colonists, you stupid furry.
We dine in hell.
Do I know of Lamb Chop? No, but I do know about the song that... No, of course I know about Lamb Chop. It's the song that never ends. Shut up, Lamb Chop. Just on and on, my friend. You're 32 and you watched Alf? Yeah, I don't know when they thought Alf aired, but I think Alf aired in the late 80s, early 90s, and then they probably did reruns for another 5 to 10 years. Oh, that's another thing. Same thing happened a few weeks ago where I referenced... wait, which show was it I referenced? I'm already forgetting. What was that conversation we had just a few weeks ago? Was Stargate SG-1? No. Oh, you remember the Stargate SG-1 guy? That was so weird. That was very, very bizarre. When was that? A couple months ago? All right, I'll let you guys know about this. So I'm a fan of Stargate, especially SG-1. I've watched through SG-1 probably 6 or 7 times, and it's one of those comfort shows. Like when I'm like sick, when I have the flu, SG-1 is one of the things that I rewatch. There's a couple shows like that. There's you know, Star Trek TNG, there's SG-1, there's Psych. Those are kind of my 3 like comfort when I'm just like flat out can't do anything and I'm just in bed for a week sort of thing, right? And so we were talking about SG-1 and I was like, I recently watched through it while I wasn't feeling well, and there's some episodes that didn't really age well, and there's just some that I don't really like. And when I watch through them, I usually either just don't watch those ones very much, don't pay attention, or I skip through them. And someone in the chat was like, they took big offense to that. Oh man, what were some of the things that they were saying? Which episode? It was the one like episode 2 or 3 or something like that. And I was like, saying that I didn't like that one with the Mongols and whatnot. I usually skip it, and it's a pretty rough episode to watch and whatnot. And they were basically claiming I wasn't a true fan because I didn't like every episode. And they were serious too. This wasn't like a troll thing, like how they were putting all the stuff. And this guy just wouldn't let up. And they were like putting lulls over and over in the chat. And it was like, haven't even watched, I don't know. Anyway, I won't go into all the details, but it was just a silly thing. We ended up having to ban the guy because he just wouldn't stop. Getting banned because you were like a SG-1 gatekeeper. It was so bizarre. So bizarre. It was so weird. It's always an event when someone actually gets banned here. Yeah, because it doesn't happen very much, honestly. Outside of like, you know, bots and just spam or whatever. Like 3 legitimate bans in like 4 years or something. A rare ideology ritual. It has begun. Mortal Kombat, the original movie, it's not a great movie, but it's so nostalgic, and I just love how cheesy it is. It's another one of those movies that I watch, you know, when I'm not feeling well or whatever, and just need something to lay down and watch. Just go in random place in the world and farm ancient dangers. Yes, you can do that. Is there an ancient danger on every map? On average, there's at least one, but it depends on the type of map and the map size. So bigger maps can have more ancient dangers. So if you play with like a 325 tile map, you can actually get the rare map that has 3 ancient dangers, and a lot of them will have 2. But certain maps won't have ancient dangers at all. So for instance, a lot of times swamp maps won't have one because there's just no place for it to fit it in. But in general, most maps have anywhere from 1 to 3 ancient dangers, depending on the size of the map. Mountain maps usually have them, but they're buried in the mountain. So it's really hard to see them without like dev mode or something like that. So most mountain maps at least have one, but they're generally just buried in there somewhere. All right, let's finish off getting these kidneys in there. Let's see who was next. Rabbit hamsters. So for anyone wondering why we're installing detoxifier kidneys in everyone, we are mainly defeating things by melee blocking and using shotguns. So we're very close range dwarves. So one of the problems has been that when we get waster raids, everyone ends up getting affected by the toxin gas, right? Toxic gas. And last time we had some people almost max out on it, which is very scary. So we've started wearing face masks for now and replacing at least one kidney. The kidney gives us 50% protection. We'll probably go through and get a second kidney on everyone before the final, whatever we choose, final ending, final raids, whatever, to make sure we don't have to worry about that too much. Mark Eunice has become an adult. He got full skills. Nice. So tough sanguine. Oh my god. Trigger happy or great memory or hard picks. Trigger happy or great memory. Man, I think I'm just gonna go trigger happy. I think they're just gonna be a fighter. We don't really need shooting. I'm gonna grab it though because we have 3. Destruction and mining. That's fine. We have a lot of those, but it's fine. Is there a reason I don't consider Too Smart an option? Too Smart is basically volatile with fast learner. So Too Smart is literally volatile plus fast learner. So volatile is a pretty bad mood and social fight thing. So I don't want it. You know what? That's a good point, Too Fat Crew. People throwing up TikTok videos are getting like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of views on those. You know what the best algorithm time is on like one of those videos? It's 8 seconds. So I think I'm just gonna start posting my streams up in 8-second increments on YouTube Shorts and on TikTok. So we're gonna start doing 8-second videos. So I'll start that tomorrow. And then if you guys don't mind, you know, I'll make a playlist of it, but then next week I'll post episode 10,469 where we finally sow our first mushroom. So get ready for that. It's gonna be a crazy one. I need to put an intro at the beginning of those 8 seconds. It just takes most of it up. Maybe I should make a parody channel like that. It has an intro and outro, so the actual content is only like a second long. Half second of sponsored ads. I think episode 4860 was the awesome raid started. Can't wait to see how it ends 1,000 episodes later. Raid's over. It's so funny with those comments too, because like on the comments to a video, I'll literally have like 20 people that's like, thank you. Thank you for releasing this unedited long content. It's what I prefer. I listen to it every day. You know, it helps me sleep. It makes it so I don't feel as alone in my apartment, you know. Thank you for putting these up. I'll have 20 of those, and then I'll have one person piggybacking in at the end, number 21, that's like, you'll never amount to nothing putting these longer form videos up. No one likes them. It's so silly. Like, I gotta tell you, 99% of all the comments I get are nice or just normal comments, you know, they're completely fine. But man, that 1% that we get, it's just so insane sometimes. It's enough to drive you crazy occasionally. Got lost in chat. Why did the kidney instead of the lung gene? So we went through them. So the kidney, if you read this, is toxic resistance. How well this creature resists toxic buildup, right? And then the detoxifier lung, where is that one? Is environmental. So it also impacts the gas and stuff in the area. It seems like having both of them would be the best, but the kidneys are half the cost and they help us. So the kidneys are half the cost and they already give us a 50%. So it's going to make that buildup so low that we shouldn't have to worry about too much, especially with our extra immunity as the Dwarven gene. But the big reason is that I can make 2 of the kidneys for every lung. So we're starting off with a kidney in order to spread it through more dwarves more quickly, because I would rather have 2 dwarves have 50% toxic resist each than 1 dwarf have a 60% gas resist, if that makes sense. So it's basically making our entire colony more resistant faster rather than making one at a time better. Hopefully that makes sense. Do I like mountain bases or non-mountain bases more? I think mountain bases are a lot easier. I think mountain bases are a lot easier in the long run, so very defensive. So I kind of like having mountain bases, but I feel like they're a little too strong to do super often. So I probably prefer an open map usually, just because it's more challenging. You get 100% resist with 2 kidneys? You do, yep. There's also a gene trait. Yes, I'm not using the gene one, but yes, there is a gene trait too. We just sold a bunch of beer, so I want to restock our coolers of beer before we get to selling anymore. Gold is the main thing that we need. So we'll go ahead and just trade in for some of this gold. How long has it been since I've done an ice or a desert map? I did a desert map in 1.3. The last time I did like ice sheet or sea ice, if you're talking about one of those two, was like 1.1 or 1.0. They felt kind of boring. How do you stop someone from picking out on food? So you can't really. So the Gourmand breakdown can happen no matter what their mood is. So that's why one reason why Gourmand and Pyro are bad, even if they're kept happy all the time, they will still have the breakdown. So a Gourmand is going to have that minor breakdown no matter what. On average, he's going to have that breakdown about once every 50 days. You can just assume about once every year that a Gourmand is going to do a food binge that you can't really do anything about. Now, you can arrest them and release them if you want, or you can have someone beat them and hopefully you don't, you know, kill them or maim them, whatever, sever anything. But you can do that, either of those, if you want to stop it, just like you could with any breakdown. But in general, and no matter what you do, a Gourmand, even, man, today's the day of the bugs. A Gourmand is just going to have that problem. That's it. So what are the downsides? A Gourmand, so the main downsides of a Gourmand are that they will eat basically one extra meal a day. So they're going to eat one meal extra a day. They're going to get a mood hit for being hungry and stuff faster because they're going to do that. They're going to have an extra walking trip a day because they have that extra need, extra hunger rate. And they're going to have that breakdown no matter what. That's just part of it. How long does the food binge last? It lasts quite a while, yeah. They can go through a lot of food. Did Pig Outs from Gourmand get stopped by that Psycast? Yes, that is one way to do it. There is a Psycast, Word of Serenity. If you have Word of Serenity, you can cast Word of Serenity on someone having a breakdown. It will stop the breakdown, but it puts them into a psychic coma for a little bit. Are bugs turned off? Yeah, bugs are turned off. What is this, you might ask? This Mega Spider bug? It's a Mirage. Mirage under the mountain. That was it. Dug Too Deep doesn't scale. That's as big as the Dug Too Deep can ever get, so they're nothing. You're crazy. There are no bugs. Having to rearm them is annoying, yeah. Hey, no alcohol binge. Would you put that down? We will die without it. You're just some visitor. How's it possible for them to eat that much? I don't know. It is crazy. They can go through crap loads of meals.
Hothead.
So the breakdown for the Gourmand is counted as a minor breakdown, and it can replace other minor breakdowns as well, which is kind of nice. But in general, like I said, even when they're happy, they're going to have that breakdown once every 50-ish days. And so Pyro's Burnin' or Pyromaniac breakdown is a extreme breakdown, but again, they can have it even when they're happy. So it's nice that they can replace a different breakdown with it. So one that could have been worse, but it is annoying that even if they're happy, they'll eventually have one. A tantrum. You take out that. Imagine punching a steel spear until it breaks.
Our modest
I gave up. He's gonna punch that gun instead.
Praise the sun.
Punch that gun. Does food quality affect the time between Gourmand breakdowns? It does not. I wish Gourmand had some stuff like that. I've talked about before that I think a really cool addition to Gourmand would be that, hey, it's that chef guy, would be that a trade-off. So they're going to eat more, they're going to have that breakdown, but it'd be really cool if a Gourmand could have all like a proc where they had a chance to turn a simple meal into a fine meal. That would be pretty cool. You know, then I might take a couple of Gourmands. So occasionally they would, while making a simple meal, it would just become a better meal, you know? Little things like that would be kind of cool. I think there are some mods that do little things like that as well. That's a lot of blood. Ah, no, this is a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood. That's not a knife. Hey, there's a food binge now. A knight is making a request. A mechanoid swarm pod contains these dangers. 2 Apocryton. Let's do it. I might have to have this entire segment of this song in the edited video, even though it would be out of place. Just because it's too good. It's too good. Can't cut this out. Just let it go. Just let it ride. Yeah, they're in there. They're in there, Barbara. They're just not in there 50 times. Yeah. Thank you, Barbara, for the feedback. I do not have a VOD up for Ice Sheet. Last time I did it, it was like 1.0, so it's been forever. Can you resurrect enemy mechs? You cannot. Why is it always here? Hey, I saw you. You were awake. What? That Procraton's like, no, I was always laying down. We're not active. Like, what? It's always in this spot, yeah. Maybe that's one of the few spots. Well, we got one here, too. Defoliator will never reach me. It has a maximum range of 100 tiles. That's a blood trail, yep. What if I do a Comic Extender run one day? Do the Igors. I remember people telling you 5% Igor was impossible. Yeah. I think my next run will be impossible, but yeah, I actually, it's funny because the Igor run is up on YouTube if anyone wants to check it out, exclamation Igor. But the funny thing about Igor is I also thought when I loaded up, I was like, this is completely unfair. I don't know that if we can ever get ahead. It's just, I don't know that we can do it. 5% no pause. And then I figured out that turrets on Igor were like just godly. It was so crazy. Sometimes we talk about why turrets are so bad, but the Igor run showed why it would be bad if they got cranked up to that level. It was so insane. Double damage turrets. Holy crap. Double damage turrets. It's such a bizarre thing to see. We had like miniguns that were taking out centipedes. It was like... I've not played the Void Storyteller yet. A Void Storyteller is definitely built around having other mods to deal with it. I've looked at it. I think we could probably beat the Void Storyteller if I just did a cheese run of it. So I might do that sometime. It will probably hard even with cheese. Let's go ahead and smooth the rest of the stuff that I haven't. Just to get all that done. Like I said, we're at cap anyway, so we might as well. All right, I don't want to smooth the surface where the enemies are walking, so I'm going to not start until there. You need a roughened surface to make enemies break their ankles as they run across. Mud traps would be fun. I used to use a mod a long time ago. So the archive channel actually has the Amazon run on it, which is probably the last time I used heavily modded. And I used to use a mod where you could dig like trenches for water, right? You could dig moats basically. And it was so strong. It was so overpowered. Enemies are so slow, like walk speed 30%. Walk speed 30%. So I would like, with that mod, I would put water inside the whole kill box, and enemies just would basically not be able to get to us before they died, no matter what. See the video of people using toxic. Oh god, there's already one. Can't immediately, crap. I think I might just go ahead and wake these up, see what all is going to spawn, and then also to get it ready for raids to run into it. So let's just go ahead and see what's inside. See the video of people using toxic. Oh god, there's already one. Can't immediately, crap. What is this? This is one of the new types of raids. Melee and shotgun. Melee, shotgun, and explosive. So Cassandra woke up, not me realizing it, so it's unfortunate. I wanted to have that mech cluster up, but this seems to be one that we can take care of anyway. But maybe it's not a big deal as long as we don't let them get those grenades off. Not seeing any low shields yet. Oh, forgot about those. All right, I gotta be more careful of that. I'm gonna have to change how we're doing the repair thing there. Two groups. Second group still has a bit left. I need to go through these injuries. Luckily, I got out of the center of the blast. Okay. It's fine. Yeah, we got a couple things to fix. Couple things to fix. All right, let's go ahead and put that for prisoners really quick. One's already dead. I think this is gonna die really quick too. All right, you guys are starting to burn that. It's good. So basically, my best bet is to set up like a zone where those guys can stay there and repair on their own without me having to micromanage it. But I feel like because of the location of it, they're not really going to do it very often because they're going to end up targeting the mechs or not mechs, enemies that are coming around that corner either way. So I don't know about that. We'll have to see. Yeah, that's true. I could just make sure I have the same people set every time, put them on ignore and zone them. Might have to do that. Got some repair to do here with the plasteel. Yeah, having that one grenade go off is like, it really sucks. It could have been way worse. Luckily it hit only our like robust people and it didn't like center in on them. Imagine if that was like a doomsday or something, right? That could be like game ending. I'll have to get that set up, especially before we do any kind of end game event. That's also what I was kind of thinking as well yesterday about the middle barricade. I'm thinking about removing it. Like just these two. Leave that just in case. But we have so much firepower now that things are just getting destroyed anyway. And then taking away their 55% cover there is going to make it even faster. And it's going to stop some of the problems with the missed shots. So let's just cancel remaking those ones and we'll test that. Same settings. Two of your guys got mad at each other and killed the other. I was so worried about that early game, Turok. We actually had a social fight early. It's on the episode 2 on YouTube, actually. We had an early social fight with two tough, robust people, and they almost killed each other. This is my preferred style. This one is the one I thought kind of matched dwarves the best, you know, like this pointed table. And yeah, I don't know. I just went, everything seemed to go pretty decently with the dwarves. I didn't want to do like totemic or something like that because I didn't want the animals on stuff since our dwarves aren't good at animal handling and whatnot. But this was the duo that most closely represented fantasy dwarf style a little bit out of our limited options. Why the beer weapons? Because it's better than just their fists, and also it's just fun because it's dwarf stuff. Like I should probably equip one of them with this mace, to be honest with you, but it's just been a silly thing. All right, we'll give him a mace. Beer is a weapon, too OP. The mace is hollow, filled with beer. Yes, the singularity box still works. Didn't you make a comment on YouTube asking if it still worked like this morning? And I also replied there to let you know that it still works. Yes, it still works. You're watching me slowly lose my mind. I've been hiding the information. You mean the singularity box where in the title, the description, and the pinned comment says, still working with 1.4? Yeah, I'm super hiding the information. Oh, man. I'd rather go back to the day where everyone's asking if insects are on, honestly.
None of your business. What do you want?
I'm just looking for a book, not for any
I changed my mind.
You see books,
mechs, yeah, mechs are turned off. You can tell.
Find another
If you look really closely, you can see these aren't mechs.
I just came from one, and I can't let you rip those
Sadistic
books
rage.
to shreds.
Sad youngsters.
Can't let us? Please.
Well, I can't help it if your
Get
kids
it,
are
boys.
sad.
Let's
How's that my
pick his
fault?
corpse.
Who are the children? Poink and King. What kind of name is Poink? Don't name your child Poink if you want him to be happy. You know, you can't name a child Poink and expect him to not be sad. Kangaroo. There you go, children. Stop hauling dead bodies around, I guess. Proud pigman name, going back 4 generations. How dare you? Go back 4 generations, so like what, a year? Going back a year? My name's Poink, how dare you? Pig names are great, I really do like them. Every time I see a little pog child, I want to kidnap it. Very first one I saw, a little pig, little 7-year-old named Pog running around. I was like, I need that pig boy. I've never needed anything more in my life than that little pig boy. The old man from Family Guy.
Here, little child.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sun.
I saw that little 8-year-old pog boy and I had to have him.
The whistle's hard to do. Yeah, That is hard. Unless you got a gap there. Oh god, Lunar, look at that quote. Look at that quote. I haven't used this in a long time. Mining speed plus 70%. It's pretty good. All right, we'll just do it. We'll do it. Answer. Smoothing a floor. Not anymore, Answer. You're going to be mining for the rest of your life. Hope you enjoy it. All right. Mining specialist. First time I've used a mining specialist since Arco Nexus. First ideology run. There we go. The refugees and the children will watch you become a mining specialist. Failed role change. Answer. What kind of crap is this? All right, Answer. Let's try that again. Which is better, pemmican or nutrient paste dispenser? Well, pemmican requires different ingredients, so pemmican is nice because they can eat only how much they need. They don't overeat. It's very nutrient efficient, but they can still get food poisoning from pemmican. You need multiple sources of food to make pemmican. So paste dispenser is easier, but if you don't have like transhumanists, then they're going to be upset if they're eating paste dispenser or if they're not like ascetic or whatnot. So paste dispenser is much easier, but they both have their pros and cons. Failed role change. I'm not sure why they're failing it. One of the spectators left. So let's just put extra spectators. I think one of the kids or something, or just one of them just having to roam out of the room while it was going on for too long, caused the lectern is so close, maybe to the edge, I'm not sure. I just want to mine. Poink is throwing people off the ritual. Look at the shelves of just weaponry inside the church. We got this chapel, and along every wall, just stacks of guns. Wait a minute, what kind of church is this? Is this a cult? No, it's not a cult. Now drink your daily Kool-Aid. Wait a minute, Adam, the Kool-Aid kills. Drink your beer, equip your weapon, and go about your business. That's true. Our religion does idolize heavy weaponry. That is true. This isn't a cult. It's a cult 45. A join offer. Let's see. Let's see. This guy wants to join the dwarves. Lazy. Loves animals. He is the opposite of a dwarf. I'm going to go with... Nope. Is there a reason I'm not using mechs? Because that's... What? That's not dwarf. Look at this. Psychically deaf. Psychically deaf. The mechs in RimWorld take a psychic connection between the Mechanitor and the mech. And that psychic connection, that's elf crap. Ew, elves, ew. Why do the mechs want to hurt us? No one knows. Ew, elves have cooties. Mech magic. Let's see here. Which one is the closest to gold? Let's go with, let's check out pastel orange. Check out pastel orange. What's up with those mechs? Oh, what are you talking about? Our guardians of the south east. This is the Florida of the map. It's the Florida of the map. It's dangerous. No one knows what's going on there. It's a problem that will hopefully fix itself at a later time. Southwest. No. Painted smooth floor looks like garbage. We're about to find out. Haven't painted a smooth floor yet. All right, the plasteel is up. Let's get rid of this. I'm also thinking of putting doors in all these. I also need to build a bunch of doors down here sometime to have the breachers get stuck on, but... Tantrum. Random furniture. Excuse me, Poing.
I found a body. One of ours.
Why there? Should we just leave that one hallway dirty? Shouldn't we clean this hallway? It's just... No. No. There's a sign in there. Do not clean. Why don't we clean that hallway? Sky God told us to never clean that hallway. That's where the dirt goes. Oh, okay. That makes sense, I guess. Does that look gold enough? Yeah, I think so. Let's try one more. Let's try out mustard. See how that looks. We'll put it right here so we can see it very easily. Hopefully that makes sense. Do you get more beauty from painted flooring? Unfortunately, you don't. That would be nice, though. Do I accept pyromaniacs? It depends, yeah. A pyromaniac isn't an instant no from me, but it's definitely all negative, but it doesn't matter what mood buff they get. So pyros get mood buffs for holding an incendiary weapon. They also get a mood buff from being around a campfire, but it doesn't matter. Pyros will break down no matter what their mood is. You can have them at 100% mood, always. Literally 100%, never upset, and they still have a breakdown, a fire starting breakdown once every 50 days on average. So no matter what you do, no matter how happy they are, they will have a forced breakdown. So it's just a downside. Yes, you can give them extra mood, but they will break down no matter what. So same thing with Gourmand, right? Gourmand, no matter what, once every 50 days on average, they're going to have a food binge, whether they're kept super happy or not. I go over those combos in the guide, yeah. I don't know, man. Pastel versus mustard. I'm actually going with I'm leaning towards pastel here.
I prefer to sleep.
Karaz and core colors, maybe a little bit. I think this one just looks more vivid in general. Let's see what it's going to look like with the other colors around it. This is very important stuff, obviously. You got this, Blue. My boy, Blue. I mean, my girl, but that's not what the movie says. Blue, I have faith in you. Just Blue and their short bow. You got this. They're dead.
Could use that for
back to the mountain.
if nothing else.
Well, that's an interesting interaction. What?
A great item.
So hang on a minute. The mustard overlaps the blue onto the blue tile.
What a smart buy.
But the pastel, the blue overlaps. That's so weird. I'm not sure which one I like better because it's very interesting. I kind of like the thin one better because it almost seems like a vein of gold. It looks like someone spilled orange paint and it leaked out the door. I think so. I think I'm going to go with this one. If you were Tynan had to nerf barracks, how would you do that? If I were Tynan and I were going to nerf barracks, what do I think is a fair way to do it? I think if you made it so that barracks cannot be another room designation, that alone would be enough to make it so barracks are still worth using. But you then have to do another room for like your dining and recreation. So your base is still a little bit forced to be a little bit bigger. So one of the strengths of the barracks right now is that you can combine it as other rooms and you get all of the benefits of the room stats for 3 different rooms. So in their mood bar, you're getting very impressive barracks, very impressive dining, very impressive recreation, all from that same room. And then you have all the other crap too, where it's, you know, beautiful surroundings, spacious, etc. So if you made it so that if you have more than one bed in a room, even if you have a table in there, you no longer get the benefit of the table being in a dining area. I think that would be enough to balance barracks to make them still strong and still space efficient, but not as efficient because you would need those extra rooms for your dining and recreation. And you can still combine those two, right? I think that would be enough if I were to do it, if I were the developer. And I don't think they necessarily need to do something like that, but if they did, I think that would be a good way to go. What about making bedrooms better or smaller? That can be fine too. Making it so your bedroom doesn't feel cramped.
Love to have company here.
There's a party going on. Someone's about to have a breakdown in the party. Don't worry, it's normal. Still going with the royalty. And yeah, I'm trying. I'm kind of getting tired of waiting on the royals to show up. We could build a ship and launch it. I'm trying to go with the themed run. What permits will I get? I'll probably get the summon Janissary, summon Cataphract. I'm not sure on the other ones actually. Usually I get one of the orbital bombardment ones, but it doesn't help us as much under the mountain as you would probably guess. But I might still do that. We could use it on them as they come through here. If not, I might just grab something easy like steel delivery, even though steel delivery is only like 250 steel. Perfect. Can I explain how armor works like you're a 5-year-old? Alrighty, let me find one. Does anyone have actual armor on? The game actually lays it out pretty well. If you go in here and you hover over a defense, the game explains exactly how it works and what it rolls first. But to explain it like a 5-year-old, all right, Anubis. So you want to wear armor because when the big ouch comes, you want to have something there that absorbs that big ouch so you don't get the big ouch on your skin and it hurts the armor instead. And so use whatever the best armor is. It has the highest number. You know numbers, right? Okay. Remember when we practiced to count to 100? So the closer to 100 or even higher than numbers go higher than 100, the better. The better. So make sure you're doing that. That way the big ouch doesn't get through your armor and hurts your skin. Yeah, you wouldn't want that. Anyway, if you go in the game and you go to this, it will explain to you how it works and how it rolls different layers and which layer is rolled first, and then how the over damage rolls into the next, and so on. So just go into one of your armors, hover over it, and just read this stuff in the game if you want the not 5-year-old version. Mashable description. Numbers higher than 100? What? It's always funny talking about things like that, like learning about math and numbers in school, because when like very, very young, it's like you can't subtract 5 from 3. You can't do it. It's impossible. You cannot take a bigger number from a smaller number. And then they teach you that, and they're like, you cannot do it. Don't think you can do it, little man. And then later on in school, they're like, we kind of lied. We didn't want it to get confusing. You actually can do that. There's this whole world of negative numbers, and you're like, what the crap, teacher? And then you're like, is there anything else you haven't been telling us? And they're like, no, that's it. And then you get to like late middle school, early high school, and then the teacher comes in, they're like, today we're gonna learn about imaginary numbers. And you're like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You told me there was nothing else. There was no more lies about types of numbers. Imaginary numbers. No, I'm done with it. Good. The planet model, the atom, yeah. There's lots of little things like that. They're there to try not to confuse the kid. It's supposed to improve math. It's consistent with its own rules. Yeah. It's funny. I like math though, honestly. I actually took Calculus 2 as an elective credit in my psychology. When I was taking psychology for my college degree, I needed some more credits for electives, and I took Calculus 2 as an elective credit. So I do like math. What? It is funny. Your advisor described teaching math by saying that we lie a little bit less to our students each time we cover a topic. Yeah, that's a very good way to put it. Are there imaginary colors too? How would you know? What's the point of painting the floor? Just for the aesthetic, yeah, that's it. It's literally the only reason. What's the challenge with painting the floor? In case the floor would go faster if it's red. Oh, that was one of my complaints. So here's a funny thing. I don't usually use like clickbait titles for YouTube videos and whatnot, but one of the titles for the one of the YouTube videos was something like, I want a refund, you know? And that actually got way more clicks, almost double the percentage of clicks, which is kind of crazy. But the whole reason I named that episode that is that you can paint almost all of the flooring and furniture in the game now, the buildings, walls, whatever, doors. You can even paint statues, but you cannot paint the spaceship. You cannot paint the spaceship. Wish the paint on the floor had hard edges. Yeah, it would be kind of nice. So like looking like this. I need to have some masking tape down there. Legendary assaults. Even compared to masterwork. Oh yeah. Masterwork is where things start getting crazy, and legendary is just beyond, yeah. Beyond. I wonder what's gonna run into these mechs. Just waiting on the next Cassandra's hit, see what she does. We're actually built up with a lot of beer now. We have 450 basically. So finally got that built up. I'm actually thinking about planting more dye to get this done faster, but there's no real reason to. Where's the random green square? That's a good idea. No, you know what's better? I should use the other yellow in just like a very small spot. No, you're right. Like a completely different color. Maybe just like pink or something. Or maybe a green. I don't know. We'll think about it. Comment about the tile being one color off. It's making people mad, but never actually color it. You're like, wow, you didn't mess up the road this time. And I'll be like, well, I did a little bit because this right here is green. But I'm not going to fix it. I don't care. Will Upon prefer to use built-in weapons like elbow blades? They changed how it functions a couple times. I'm not 100% anymore surreal. It used to work where they would alternate, and so it could actually lower your DPS, but I think it's in addition to now. Yeah, the melee system is kind of needlessly complex in RimWorld in general. What were you saying in Discord the other day? It was like your best place to look at melee DPS right now and worst place are both the same. It's the number in the game, but I'm really curious what the next raid is and if it's going to hit this or not. I really want to see the Apocryton. You know what? It's kind of interesting. The next raid that hits this, if they don't take them out, if the raid doesn't take this out, and the Apocryton is left alive, will the Apocryton revive the whole cluster over time? I don't know if the charges regenerate. That's what I'm wondering, yeah. Because I've never had one alive enough. That's why I was saying that. Where is he? He has 30. I mean, there's 2 Apocrytons, so that's still enough to revive this easily. This is less than 60 mechs. He's not resin the other cluster. I don't know if he can. What are my 5 first research projects when I start? When I'm starting tribal, my first is complex furniture. My second is stone cutting. Generally, my third is electricity. And then, depending on if I have a bunch of people researching, like refugees or something like that, and depending on the map layout, a lot of times I will go straight into geothermal for my 4th, actually. If not geothermal, then I'll grab batteries and we'll say a solar panel as a mix for 4. And then machining. Those are like my first 5. But what I'm really trying to get to is tribal, outside of the basics of complex furniture and stone cutting. I'm trying to get to electricity, and I'm trying to get to mortars. Electricity and mortars are like my top 2 priority generally. But again, it depends on the playthrough a little bit. Like some playthroughs, I will actually invest getting into guns faster because we haven't gotten good drops. And then sometimes we'll get good drops. And what about clothing? I usually wait on clothing. The tattered clothing debuff isn't a big deal early game, honestly. And we have so many people that we're injuring that aren't instantly dying. I can just strip them if I want. It's poor quality, but mortars are important, yes, but they ask for the first 5, and mortars are not. Whoops. Mortars are, you can't research as the first 5 if you start tribal. But also, someone asked before the stream started, so it didn't get into the recording, so I'll answer this as well. Someone asked me, what do you do if you get a siege before you're ready early game? And again, it depends a lot on your difficulty. On my difficulty, I like to try to get to mortars and things on open map by the time I'm around 20,000 wealth or so. The smallest siege that can happen is a 2-man siege. Believe it or not, you can have 2 raiders and a mortar, right? So what do you do if that happens early game and you don't have your own mortar? And you haven't had like a rifle drop or something like that? The answer is great bows. Great bows are really, really good, actually, especially early game. It has long range, has decent damage, it has decent accuracy. You can outrange early game raiders for the most part, especially the siege ones with that. And you don't even have to hit the person. You can just aim at the mortar. So I would say if you're early game and you haven't been, you haven't had anything drop a rifle yet, and you don't have your own mortars, you're nowhere close or whatever, then having a couple great bows around, or if it's that small, you can bum rush them, right? Depending on your difficulty. If you have 2 or 3 pirates set up, and you got 5 tribals, you can just go surround them in melee, just beat the crap out of them. But in general, you can pull to you pretty easily with a longbow. They're great bows. I actually slept on great bows for quite a long time. Then we did a Amazon Warrior Woman run where we could only use bows in melee. And I had like 20 pawns with legendary great bows, and anything that didn't have armor was getting just ripped apart. How do you handle sieges with melee? No shooting, no animals, and no side casts? You'll have to watch the melee run for that, although I did use animals, yeah. What would you do for a Klondike bar? Would you kill a man? Caravan to a new tile.
There's a plaque
that's an answer too. Man, Cassandra really beat the crap out of us early game, early stream, and then she's kind of just chilled out a little bit. Let's see.
64 names.
Oh, right. I forgot about that raid.
Bad outside the walls around then.
Floor baby. Floor baby's growing up. Old enough to do the following work. Hey, we maxed out floor baby. They got 3 traits. All right. Fast walker. That will get. Wait, are they not a dwarf? If they're a dwarf, that gets suppressed anyway. They're not a full. Yeah, they don't have full dwarf genes. Great memory is best on skills that are above level 10. So, cooking. Let's do another planter. I'm gonna go with great memory on this one. All right, that's the robust iron one, yeah. So they were a baseliner, and we gave them the robust gene. That's right. That's what happened there. I remember Floor Baby now. It's only been a few days. The children not always obey zones in nature running. They do not. Yeah, we actually had a child in our first run get attacked by like a cougar or something, a warg, I don't remember.
Shots were fired.
Had like 3 of their body parts eaten before we stopped him. I think that was a vampire baby that went out and that happened. Vampire baby, you got hunted by like 5 different animals. Yeah, never. They also went out there one time and were freezing to death. It was winter and snowy.
People's guns away.
And suddenly I had the notification that someone was had hypothermia. And I was like, "What's going on?" And I click, and vampire baby's outside of the zone. I think pantsless. hypothermic, falls over in the snow. Drugs fall out of his pocket. It's like, oh my lord, what's happening with this child? They start early these days. They start early. Fell out of his pocket, but he didn't have pants on. Oh yeah, yeah. Pants aren't the only things with pockets. Have you ever heard of nature's pocket? Ask your mom about it. Ask your mom and she can explain to you what nature's pocket is. I've been saying that to so many people. I don't think I'm going to do any more vat children. I think I'm just going to get rid of these. If you're playing vanilla, any major downsides to recruiting a teenager, they have a lower body size. So that impacts them in several ways. The biggest, most common one that people run into is with the smaller body size, they have a different safe period for drugs. Now, they did update the in-game tooltip about it. So if you click on any drug and you hover over the interval, it'll tell you, based on their age, how much they can drink or take. Some of them don't have a safe interval. But for like beer, your babies 0 to 2, they can have a beer every 5 days. But yes, they also have lower HP with lower body size, so you have to be careful with drugs and obviously when they take damage. It's good to know how often you can give your little kids beer. Yeah. We're almost done installing all these kidneys. Hooray. We're even gonna give the little kids kidneys. Here you go, little kid. Even the baby gets a kidney. Sick with blood rot, daily treatment. Keep his mood up. I need a royal bedroom sometime. 6.9 days to accept. All right, we'll go ahead and get a royal bedroom down here. It's a little scary though. Breachers might not like us doing that too much. That makes the throne room too small. We'll open that up for it. Let's not go ahead and do this. We'll eventually need it anyway. I definitely don't want it to burn. Oh, man. Steel burns. I'm just going to do it as steel. Screw it. Is intent 20 for every storyteller? It is now. They changed. Randy's used to be 50, but they changed this to 20 back in like 1.3 or something like that. However, he has some other modifiers that make so he still gives you a little bit more overall. One of the notable things with Randy is like with Cassandra and Phoebe, there's a time that they can no longer send you slavers, for instance. They no longer send you slavers. Randy actually, even though it's a low chance, Randy can actually send you slavers the entire game. So stuff like that does make it so you're in the long run a little bit more likely to get more pawns with Randy. But in general now they have the same population intent. And right at 20. Nice bed of uranium. The village has 20 people. The slave trade must immediately be dissolved. It's really, I know it's a game mechanic, but we were talking about that. We talked about it a lot before, but it makes no sense. Like even in my fluid ideology run, it shows how just god awful Randy can be, especially in the jungle. But anyway, we're there. We're starving to death and naked. We're living in this little hut with nothing. We have food poisoning. We have disease, whatever, and we don't have anything to defend ourselves. And this big group of slavers comes in with weapons and animals and like 5 slaves. And I don't even have any silver yet or anything, right? And they're like, hey, you want to buy some of these slaves? Instead of taking me as a slave. There's no way. There's no way that would be. But obviously, a lot of things in RimWorld aren't accurate, but just imagine that. You're like, my character's like trying to put on a front, like, hey guys, I'm just out here to see what you got for trade. The rest of the colony are, they're at prayer. They're at prayer right now. And the guys look over and it's like a little hut or something. And it's like, they let me go, but yeah, they're all crammed in there. They're at prayer. You could go inside, but the door is a little blocked by all of our advanced weaponry. So, the door, it's got all kinds of stuff there. Just don't worry about it. You can just trade with me. I mean, if it was realistic, that guy, you're gone. Your characters, you get a slave that shows up and you have one colonist, you're becoming the slave. Yeah. You have a social skill 20. Maybe you want to be a slave at that stage, yeah. I'm so hungry. Please take me. Please. I beg of you. Another infestation. Oh my god, it's spawning here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Hot Potato charity event this year. Should be a lot of fun. Hot Potato is a RimWorld charity event every year where a bunch of streamers get together and they pass a save file around streamer to streamer. and they play on the same colony for like, it varies in time, but usually it's like 5 days or so, but 24/5 playthrough. It's really fun. Another crazy thing about it is everyone has, or it's actually one of my favorite things about it, everyone has such different experience and different play styles. Last year, the person before me had never really played at all. They didn't know what they were doing, and that's completely fine. I wasn't upset by it or anything like that, but it was very interesting to watch because there's two things, right? So I was watching him, and he'd never really played before, and they had a mech attack, and it was like late game. And the mech attack was like a Lancer and like 2 pikemen or something, right? And he went out there and he defeated them, and he was like super excited because he doesn't really know the game. And he was like fist pump. He's like, "Yeah, we did it!" And it was like this this kind of cool moment, seeing someone experiencing this for the first time and being excited over these things that we look at now. And it's like, oh, that's like a minor little thing. Let's just go take care of that really quick. So that was really cool, seeing people playing that way. But also, because they didn't really know what they were doing and they got the colony in the late game, he was really wanting to just build a specific building. Like he wanted to do a themed tavern building, and he didn't pay attention to food or anything. So when he handed it over to me, the colony of like 18 people were starving to death. Literally starving. When I got it, there was an advanced starvation level 19 burning passion construction pond that was in advanced starvation. And within like the first minute of handing over the save to me, they starved to death. And I was like, no. So my entire turn was just fixing the base so that the run didn't end. So for like 3 hours, I was just on like, all right, I need to get this work stuff set up. I need to get enough food planted for everyone. So they had no food, but they had like 27,000 bales of hay or something. Like all the farms were just hay grass. And I was like, all right, I got to fix this or else this run is dead. So it was really fun. It was really fun. And it was awesome to see them playing with that for like the first time, you know? And I don't mean that in a belittling way or anything. Like we were all there. I was there, you know, I've had colonies starve to death, but it was fun. It was fun. Watching me do damage control on the disaster was a fantastic viewing experience. Nice. I'm glad you liked it. Last year we raised $85,000 for Doctors Without Borders, so hopefully we can top that this year. Yeah, I've thought about doing a Save My Save series. I just don't have time. What determines the quality of a constructed thing like a chair? The person that finishes it. So if you build a chair partially with one person, then you come in with your production specialist and finish it. It'll take the production specialist one. Yeah, I'll definitely be doing some crazy donation goals for the charity this year on it. One of the things I did last year that actually raised a lot of money, I think we raised almost 3,000 just in my time slot. But one of the things I did is I made it so that if you did like a $25 donation for the charity, you could pick one of the voices on the mixer, and I would go into that voice until someone...
This season of the hot potato begins in ashes. From the ruins of a failed rebellion against the corrupt royalty, the survivors continue their quest to wipe the empire.
Hey everyone, Adam here with some news perhaps, or maybe just speculation, but I'll just lay out the facts and you can decide for yourself. I think Ludian, the RimWorld developers, are either working on official multiplayer for RimWorld or making a new game with a multiplayer aspect. You might say that that isn't new and the speculation has been around a while, which is true, but something just happened that I believe tips the scales a little bit more towards that definitive side. But first, a few facts that lead up to this. On June 4th, 2021, Tynan Sylvester tweeted this message. Ludian Studios, developer of RimWorld, is hiring, seeking a lead designer, developers, and multiplayer specialists. Emphasis, of course, on that last bullet point. Back then, you could find a tucked away listing on the Ludian site that has since been removed. Luckily, someone saved it. Since this listing was removed, it stands to reason that Ludian either hired someone or they no longer needed the position filled. But we couldn't really be sure. That is, perhaps until today. There is a Discord server for development of RimWorld in which dedicated testers give feedback. Me and several of my community members are there. Like most Discord servers, this one has roles, including a developer role. Earlier, a new name appeared in that titled list that we hadn't noticed before. I won't say the person's name or their Discord tag or anything, of course, but I will show what was in that profile. As you can see, they are listed as a RimWorld developer and a programmer specializing in multiplayer. Now, I admit it isn't quite the smoking gun of a full GTA 6 leak, but it's pretty compelling. I did have some viewers earlier during my Twitch stream ask me how we even know Tynan's still working on new RimWorld content. Well, the truth is we can't be 100% sure, but Tynan himself was recently interviewed during a charity event that I participated in, the annual RimWorld Hot Potato for Doctors Without Borders event. The interview in general is great to listen to if you are a fan of RimWorld, but the part we care about here is when he was directly asked if the studio is working on something now and if he could confirm or deny. At the 1 hour, 54 minute, and 30 second-ish mark, he says that they are working on things and stuff, and that apparently these things and stuff are really cool. Like I said, not much to go on there other than we know, of course, for sure, the studio will have new content of some sort at some later point. As outlined in Ludian and RimWorld's FAQ sections, they are not prone to letting anyone outside the company know anything in advance, answering questions about the future, and so on. And of course, for good reason. Now, if this is true, you might still be saying to yourself, great, but we already have a popular multiplayer mod. Why don't they work on something else? Right, we do have a popular multiplayer mod which shows a want for this type of content. If the developers had to make sure a new feature didn't already have a good mod for it before working on something, it'd be so hamstrung they'd never be able to release anything. I even remember people complaining in droves about fencing being added to the base game. And believe it or not, I'm willing to bet that most people that get into RimWorld, that purchase RimWorld on Steam, never really use mods, or not a lot of mods at least. We are probably the exceptions. Well, you guys are. I don't really use many mods either, as you may know. Now, I will say that I'm getting pretty annoyed by something. If this really is one of the major features of the next DLC, and it is released with either a name starting with M, such as multiplayer, or a W name, I will never forgive you, Tynan. The DLC names could have spelled out RimWorld, like the prophecies foretold, but you had to go and call it Biotech, Tynan, Biotech. But all jokes aside, I do love RimWorld, and I'm ecstatic that there may be other major things in the pipeline. I'd absolutely love to engage in some no-pause multiplayer nonsense with some of you someday. Definitely let me know what you think about a possible RimWorld multiplayer experience. Have you already used the mod? Are you dying to experience some war crimes? Memorable stories with your friends in an official capacity? Leave a comment and let me know. In the meantime, if you need more RimWorld content or ideas, be sure to subscribe to this channel or join my Discord. Links in the description and pinned comment. And as always, thank you for watching. Raid. What is it? It's a mech raid. Oh my god, is that all Scythers? Jesus, I think it is. It's all Scythers, and they're going to prepare for a while, so we're going to pull this one down here that's close by first. We have a Jogger. I need to keep track of who it is. Jogger, there you are. Jogger, sure happy. Perfect. Let's go. Good luck. Good luck, Zidian. Oops, all Scythers.
Used to live above the antique shop on Porsche. They were like 80 years old.
Oh, I had their eye cut out, their nose shattered, and their right thumb cut off. Well, Tally, I'm sorry. Why me? Might be Zidian in the future. Who needs a nose or an eye? This is actually kind of scary. It's not a huge percentage, but it's technically possible for an infestation to spawn there. I'll worry about that. A little worried. I mean, it's already there, so we can literally have an infestation right now. If the overhead mountain fit on a single collar, we might be able to collapse it. We can collapse some of it, but I'm feeling like most of this is overhead mountain, right? So that's a lot of it. I can't build walls, Finn. Yeah, exactly. No walls. Make a bridge, but a bridge doesn't block an infestation. Can you mess with pathing by using trees? Yeah, I can mess with pathing several ways, but I'm not going to. I could do bridge with barricade on it, yeah. Yeah, that's a lot I'd have to do. I couldn't do this part. I could cheese it by putting a bridge there and just putting spots on all of it. Ah, we'll be fine. What's a 20 hive spawn there? Thrumbo. 3 Thrumbo. Okay. Might kill those. See where they go. All right. During the daytime, we'll go shoot those. Or barricades on open field, or only if the overall movement is lower than on the unobstructed path. So they will take the shortest path. So if you have, let's say we had like an entire
butterfly,
giant area of barricades and the center wasn't barricade, they would run down the center. Yeah.
Jack and Joe's
let's say we had like a pattern of barricades, like, let's say we had them like this, just as an example. You have barricades every other spot, and then in the middle you don't have any. Raids are going to choose to run down that. You can even checkerboard it, yeah, whatever. I'm not wanting to do that right now. We might get to the point where I have to do stuff like that, but for now I'm just trying to outpace the raids by just getting more firepower. Yeah, I think we'll get to the hospital bed. We'll throw one of those down. We'll get one that's better at surgery because we already have a surgery hit from being outdoors and it being dirty. And then we're gonna start mass producing vat babies and giving them assault rifles. I'm tempted to get some more research benches down. Travelers requesting 70 herbal medicine. Hmm.
1 degree. Another.
Yeah. Oh no, we betrayed them. We did this. We did this. It was us. This was us. They asked herbal medicine, already had herbal medicine on them. Yeah. Jerks. Hashtag scammers. Here. Sky God, what do you have to say about this?
I'm always down for rabies. Syphilis, not so much.
Alright, we're just gonna leave Sky God alone for now.
Commandment 4401. Put the baby in the pleasure tube.
No, Sky God, that's how you get babies. A raid. Oh, I'm so tired of mech raids. Why? It's all Scythers again, but it's a triple Scyther hit this time. Oh my god. The other one's too far away to like go kill ahead of time.
A Sparker card. I know exactly who's looking for this.
Muzz got a little bit of friendly fire there. Ooh, crap. A little bit, yeah. We didn't even really use the children. Not a lot. So fast in a fight. Thanks. When I rewatch it, I always feel like I'm going slow. It's a weird thing. Like when I watch the edited version and I'm doing stuff like this, and I watch it back, I'm like, oh man, why wasn't I faster? I could have split those more, and that person wouldn't even gotten hurt. I forgot about Italia. I could have ran her towards the other turret. She would have been fine. But it, you know, in the moment with no pause, it's very hard to do that. But we're good. We're good. We mainly just lost another finger, and that was to friendly fire. Why not let the doctors carry medicine? I could at this stage, so I didn't because early on we had so little medicine. At this stage, I should probably do it, honestly. But yeah, the reason I didn't is early game. I didn't want them to be the only ones that were able to go grab medicine if we needed something. But with so many colonists now, we can do that. She lost the middle finger. She was flipping off. She was flipping off the scyther as it was ripping her apart. Like, oh, not this again. Does herbal medicine decay in inventory? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I'm not sure if it would spoil in that same 2.2 years. Yeah, that's an interesting question.
Aha.
All right, it's festival time again, but let's let them get these turrets back up. These turrets have actually been really important. Without those scythers would have been probably game over, honestly. Those held aggro for so long. No, you could tell them to carry medicine. That was a 1.3 change, so it's been in the game for about a year and a half. A recent change, too, has changed it so that... Oh, infection on both of them. Anyway, a recent change with 1.4 made it so that when you draft tend, you can select to use either medicine or no medicine when they're draft tended. Barricades around the turrets are good. Yeah, they can absorb some missed shots from the enemy, yeah. 81%. But the downside is if they destroy the turret, then the enemy has that cover. All right, let's do a ritual. We're looking for a joint event that's not a child. Someone that can fight, who isn't a child. All right, Frank. No one names a child Frank. Frank's just spawned into the world as adults. There's never been a child named Frank. See? Ooh, shooting specialist.
We have a winner.
Right this way, sir. Right this way. Stay behind me. The shooting specialist is going to be in the back the entire time. Nice. Excellent. Way to go. All right. Social, assign a role, no scoper. Very nice. Who do we want to be at his coronation? How about a bunch of children? Bunch of children. Perfect. Yep. All right. Another shooting specialist. Let's group him up with the other shooting specialist. There we go. It's going to help a whole lot. All right.
I found your fake cards. Now let me see what you made me look
sounds
like.
Like a middle school dance.
Like the
Arfie. Speaking of dogs, Arfie sounds like a dog name.
Check it out.
Arfie, are you a Itikin?
If you want to meet
28-year-old
like your Sparker profile.
Slow learner. Ugh. Ouch. One of the worst traits in the game, slow learner. It basically is no learner. It's no learner. What you see is about what they'll always be in reason. But you know what? They can hold a gun. So they can hold a place in our colony. What is Bossy's instruction? It's only 4. I guess we'll have Answer. What else is Answer doing? We're not really cooking, right? So we would lose out on their mining, but we have other miners.
Get the feeling that there's no one left.
So Answer might become a production specialist as well. All right, children, gather around. All right, Answer. Let's get an excellent hospital better.
Welcome back.
Not too good, Answer. No legendary, okay? Ass work a little bit better than I wanted, but okay. What's calling wealth at? I think we're at about 110, 115, something like that. Yeah, 113. Sorry, Bella. It's for the good of the colony. You'll understand. Bella understands. She's only 17, but she'll understand. Inspired surgery on Jack. Oh, good timing. Excellent timing. Operation. Is it water in the knee?
city, then this horrible fear overwhelms me.
Okay. Going second against Death Knight Trog is medium, but okay.